under the Fox logo. It says exclusive Abu Dhabi. We're also getting Al Jazeera footage from different spots, but that's a close-up. They're using a close-up lens there to make the picture look closer, so we don't know how far away. You add in the night vision goggles, it makes it even more hard to distinguish what it is and how far away from the action we're looking. But Rick Leventhal is right there. Rick, you said you may have heard something from your vantage point outside of the city. Do you still hear anything?
Yeah, we heard a boom a short time ago out here. It was a loud boom, but I guess it was quite some distance away. You know, the responsibility of these guys is to try and prevent the Iraqi forces who may be outside the city from massing and trying to sneak in or make some kind of counterattack from the rear. And there is concern that all these guys who abandoned their tanks and artillery pieces might actually be gathering somewhere for some last desperate effort to kill U.S. forces. So that's sort of what we're on the lookout for here. And, you know, the other thing, David, that I mentioned earlier that I just want to mention one more time is that, you know, when you see looting, which we have seen, we saw people looting a military base, taking anything they could get their hands on, including ceiling fans and bed frames and that sort of thing. And then tonight seeing all these people driving bobcats and stealing generators, you know, it suggests a loss of control, a loss of authority in the area. And if there's no policing, you know, it just I think it's evidence that things are changing here pretty dramatically.
It's also evidence that, above all, the Marines and the Army and everybody else can't let their guard down.
Absolutely, and again, that's been stressed here over the last 24, 48 hours to be vigilant, to keep the Kevlar and the vests on, you know, and keep your head on a swivel.
Now, Rick, have you seen any sign, or has there been any indication that some of these old remnants of the Republican Guard divisions have moved back in the city? Have you planned an attack on a division, then it suddenly disappears? Maybe the thinking being that it's gone back into Baghdad.
No, I can't say that I have. These military planners may know, you know, obviously know more about what may lie ahead than we do, but they clearly are set up in positions to try and prevent some sort of attack and to try and protect the forces that are there and that are continuing to move into Baghdad.
Rick, as long as you can, please stay with us. We're going to be going to another guest now, General Paul Vallely, one of our Fox military analysts. General, what about what we see or what we just saw in the past 20 minutes? We heard from the Iraqi sources, who, of course, lie more often than they tell the truth about things, that these were Iraqi bombs on targets of U.S. snipers around the El Rashid Hotel. Any chance that that might be true?
David, General McInerney and I were just looking at that live feed from the Arab network there, and it appears from looking at it, it's probably air-delivered munitions by our own air or naval forces because of the burst and the spacing and the pulsating effect that you get from a very large ordnance versus an artillery or mortar shells coming in.
Well, General, as we're talking, we've got a live shot now, but let's go back, if we can. We've got a tape of what we saw earlier just to see. Okay, now this is tape. This is tape.
Yeah,
there we see exactly what you're talking about. From that particular explosion, you think that was delivered from air?
Yeah, that looks like a very big bomb, a 500-pounder perhaps, that's gone in there. And you can tell with the pulsating effect, even you get from the camera level, that it would be larger ordnance than an artillery shell or a mortar shell. But, you know, that's just our first take on it, David.
Now, the skies are not very clear over Baghdad. Would that affect any kind of bombing raid from a fighter or a bomber?
Well, it affects the laser-guided munitions, David, but it doesn't affect the joint attack direct munitions, the JDAMs, because that's all GPS-guided. So if, in fact, they've got targets in there that have been called in from our ground forces, they must have specific Special Republican Guard units or these pockets of resistance that they have picked up.
General, are you watching right now?
Yes.
Are these secondary explosions that I'm seeing here?
Well, they could well be, David. Pretty hard to tell whether it's a secondary or a follow-on drop munition there in that area. But it looks like we have continual ammunitions going into that particular area, and then perhaps with some secondary.
Now, the camera was literally close enough so that it shook at one point. I don't know if you can see it again. It was definitely not the wind, because you could tell that the flash and the shaking of the camera happened simultaneous. Does that indicate how far away from where the camera shot is the explosion actually took place?
Well, it does, David, and it looks like there's some distance between the camera shot and where that's happening. You know, it looks to me that it's out there 3 to 5 miles, perhaps, not within 500 meters. So that means, again, if you're getting that pulsating effect, an effect from a large explosion, it's probably heavy ordnance.
Now, we don't know if anything the Iraqis have said is true. Again, they lie more often than they tell the truth, but they did say this was happening near the Al Rashid Hotel. Can you go to the screenwriter and show us what targets of strategic importance might be around there?
Well, I can, David. If you look here where I've put the small circle on Tamu Street here, where the Al Rashid Hotel is, we see with the arrow pointing up there, that appears to be the area, the target area where these shells are falling right now, if the reports are correct, that it is in the Al Rashid area. But you can see where it is vis-a-vis the Tigris River, as well as the Ministry Council, the Presidential Palace that was occupied earlier. So this is all real close in right now, David.
Now, as we get in there, reports of uprising in Baghdad may be overrated at the moment. They may not have actually started in earnest, but we are, correct me if I'm wrong, getting a lot of good human intelligence. A lot of Iraqis have been coming to our columns, either within Baghdad or just outside of it, and giving us information that might help in bombing raids such as this one, right?
Well, absolutely right, David. I think we've been getting excellent intelligence from many of the higher-ranking individuals come over. And I understand that these uprisings in the Baghdad area are up in the northwest section, the Shula area, 2 locations up there. So I think the information that we can gather as we pick up more defectors and we pick up more of civilians even that can pass on information where these pockets of resistance are located, and then we can go in and target them even with the ground forces or from the air.
If there is resistance, boy, there's one of those big bombs that you suggest is a little too big for artillery or certainly a grenade, a rocket-propelled grenade. Again, these are earlier from Abu Dhabi. If the resistance against the Saddam Hussein regime does pick up in Baghdad, as it did in Basra, or as it is in Basra now, how do we support these people without getting innocents killed?
Well, what we do, David, probably put in another mech brigade into the city area to spread out a little bit and get more cover, and enabling those forces then to protect more of the civilian areas. So I suspect we're going to see an infusion of more of the mech battalions and companies going into various parts of Baghdad, while the special operations forces are going to be targeting specific regime targets as they pick up intelligence on where this hierarchy of the Ba'ath Party and the regime may be or where they're moving to.
Okay, General, hang with us if you can. We just want to see if we can get a better idea of what's going on now in Baghdad. Again, these are pictures taken earlier, not long ago. This was within the past half hour. These series of continuous explosions, some of which were big enough for our own military analysts to suggest were not done by the Iraqis, but possibly were from the air, maybe in bombing raids. Our own Mike Tobin is at CENTCOM in Doha, Qatar. There's one of those big bombs. Mike, are you hearing anything from CENTCOM about what these explosions are all about?
Well, one thing is very important to note that U.S. Central Command will not report anything about sorties until the planes are safely back in their respective airports or air bases or back on the carriers. We do know from U.S. Central Command that planes are, in fact, in the air right now, as they have been 24 hours a day, conducting all sorts of missions. They go in and protect the bombers. They take out AAA sites. They have been working, again, around the clock. So it is quite possible that the EU coalition aircraft are responsible for some of the explosions that you're seeing there. U.S. Central Command just simply can't confirm what you are seeing right now on Abu Dhabi TV and the pictures that we're putting up in the air. It is quite possible that these explosions could be the result of what the Iraqis are doing on the ground and targeting the coalition forces that are there. Of course, if that was taking place, U.S. Central Command would have no information about that. So the latest that we're getting is really that anything is possible, and you're seeing the pictures right now that the explosions are taking place near the Al Rashid, which would put it all on the west side of the Tigris and just a few blocks away from the information ministry, where so much of the activity is located there in Baghdad, David.
Mike, I got a question that may be answered by our own General McInerney, our Air Force general, who we use as an analyst. But let me ask you, if you've heard about it, there's so many planes from so many services. You got Marine planes up, you got Army planes, et cetera, Navy planes. Is there any kind of air traffic control system that CENTCOM has a handle on so that planes literally don't bang into each other in the air?
There's a whole lot to that. U.S. Central Command has a joint operations center here where they can watch everybody out there on the battlefield, from the ground troops to the planes in the air. And I was talking with one of the pilots. One of the techniques they use, they just fly at different altitudes. So if you got guys coming in from one direction, they'll be lower than the guys, say guys are coming in from the west, possibly they'll be lower than the guys coming in from the east, and not the same as the guys coming in from the north. So that's one method of keeping the planes separated. But it's absolutely a massive air traffic control job, because you have planes coming in from all over the place, and even if you do have them separated by the altitudes, you have them dropping ordnance which would pass through all those separate altitudes. So that's really when the noggins of these people are put to the test, who are there in the Joint Operations Center here at CENTCOM, up in the AWACS, and doing everything else they can to keep the planes separated.
All right, Mike Tobin, stand by if you can. General Paul Vallely, we thank you for your analysis as well. We want to go now to Kuwait City, next door to Iraq. Of course, what happens inside Iraq is of great interest to those folks who were once invaded by Saddam Hussein. Jonathan Hunt is standing by in Kuwait City for the latest. Jonathan?
Hi, David. The British grip on Basra, Iraq's second city, is being tightened by the hour. Liberation, according to British officials, is being delivered to the Iraqi people there, although those same officials caution that despite the military successes, some difficult days may still lie ahead. British troops have now moved into what they call the heart of Basra, and they say they're there to stay. Among the symbolic sites already secured by those British troops, the presidential palace compound, once the headquarters of the Fedayeen militia. Now, militia positions around that palace were softened up overnight by coalition airstrikes, and apparently by the time British troops entered the palace gates, there was very little sign of life. Right now, British forces are sweeping through what is known as the old part of Basra. They're doing that in light armoured vehicles and on foot. It's a dangerous mission, but they have to do it that way because of the narrow streets in that part of town. In other areas, though, of Basra, we have seen British forces patrolling in a very relaxed manner, some even with their helmets off, a clear sign that they believe they have those parts of the city at least completely secured. It is also adding to the confidence of the people of Basra that the Iraqi regime's rule in that city is finally over. That view also bolstered by news from the coalition that Saddam Hussein's cousin, Ali Hassan al-Majid, known more commonly as Chemical Ali, is almost certainly dead. Al-Majid, one of the most notorious members of Saddam Hussein's inner circle, responsible, it's believed, for the gassing of Kurds in northern Iraq in 1988. That attack was what earned him the nickname Chemical Ali. It apparently killed thousands of Kurds at the time. He's also been linked to the brutal crackdown on the Shiite population in the south after the 1991 Gulf War. Now, his home in Basra was targeted over the weekend by coalition aircraft, and coalition officials now believe that they did kill al-Majid in those strikes, and they believe that has sent a very powerful message.
The significance of the fact that Chemical Ali has gone will show the people of southern Iraq, Basra, which was his stronghold, that the regime is finished. It is over, and liberation is now here.
The feeling of freedom is certainly taking hold in Basra. We're now hearing reports of local people there turning on the remnants of the Iraqi militia and looting the state bank. All of this coming just about 2 weeks after British forces first surrounded the city. And a British official told me this afternoon here in Kuwait that it was bound to happen, but that the local people simply had to first realize that Saddam Hussein's, quote, Ba'ath Party goons were finally out of the picture. And that certainly seems to be the case right now in Basra, at least. That's the latest live from Kuwait City. Back to you in New York.
Amen to that. Jonathan Hunt, thanks very much. We're going to go right back to Rick Leventhal. He is outside of Baghdad. He's with the 1st Marines, and he's got some breaking info for us. Rick?
Well, just, David, that Marines are also on the lookout for Ba'ath Party officials. There is some belief here that they may be trying to flee the city. So one of the tasks of the Marines' 3rd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion at this point is to try and catch Ba'ath Party officials if they should try to flee, David.
Have you seen any sign of that, Rick?
Well, we know that roadblocks are set up. We know that they are checking vehicles, but we haven't yet seen them actually find any of these officials. But they are tasked to try and do just that.
How do they disguise themselves, Rick? They must have long ago stripped off, maybe even burned their uniforms. What limits, to what extent do they go to try to disguise their identity?
I have no idea, David. I would imagine that they would try to do anything they could to hide who they are, but whether that will work will remain to be seen.
Because I guess the question, to put it more bluntly, I mean, how do you distinguish as a Marine between a civilian and somebody who might be a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Well, I don't quite know how to answer that without. That sounds like a gunshot. Without giving up their tactics.
Yeah. Okay.
Except to say that they have been tasked. They have been given a set of things to look for, and that's what they're doing.
All right. Dumb of me to try to get tactics out of you. I'm glad you didn't answer that question. You were on guard. You said you heard a gunshot a moment ago?
It sounded like one. And I have heard since we last spoke several more, either artillery shells or airstrikes off in the distance. But these random shootings are obviously an ongoing concern here, David.
All right. Rick Leventhal is with the 1st Marines 3rd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion. He is our eyes and ears outside of Baghdad as we continue to look at these shots taken about 30 minutes ago. These were a rapid succession of large explosions. Some of our military analysts, there you can see the camera actually shake at one of these explosions, perhaps so large that they might indicate one of the bigger bombings from the air. We don't know yet how many planes were in the air. There you see a massive explosion, but we do know that planes were out over Baghdad earlier, so this may be the result of that. The Iraqis, for what it's worth, and frankly it's not worth a heck of a lot, say that they are responsible for these explosions as they target U.S. snipers near the Al Rashid Hotel. But again, you got to take that with a huge grain of salt. Iraq, just one of 3 world conflicts on the agenda of President Bush and Prime Minister Tony Blair today. They are about to meet in Northern Ireland, and we go live now to Wendell Goler. He's in Belfast for a preview. Wendell?
David, the president's due here in about an hour for a roughly 20-hour summit with Prime Minister Tony Blair. As you say, they will talk about the war in Iraq and also about rebuilding that country, though their aides say that does not mean the 2 leaders think the war will soon be over. They'll also look at the Middle East peace process and also the effort to bring peace to Protestants and Catholics here in Northern Ireland. The president's brief visit here to Northern Ireland pays back Tony Blair for several lightning visits he's made to Washington over the past few months, 2 of them over the past couple of weeks. Their talks on post-war Iraq will focus on the role of the United Nations, and the 2 leaders have some differences there. President Bush wants the UN to handle little more than humanitarian aid distribution. Blair is pushing for a broader role, but not the controlling role that the French, Russians, and Germans have proposed. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan signaled just a short while ago even he doesn't see the UN administering Iraq as it did East Timor after the Indonesians left.
You have to be very careful here. Each crisis has its own peculiarities. Iraq is not East Timor and Iraq is not Kosovo. There are trained personnel, there is a reasonably effective civil service, there are engineers and others who can play a role in their own country. And as we've said before, Iraqis have to be responsible for their political future.
Aides say the 2 leaders' talks on the other 2 conflicts are important and interrelated. Prime Minister Blair has been pushing President Bush for weeks, if not months, to release the so-called roadmap for peace in the Middle East, the agreement worked out between the United States, the European Union, the United Nations, and Russia. The president announced several weeks ago, mostly as a concession to Blair, that he would release it as soon as the Palestinians' new prime minister has its cabinet in place. Also, Blair wants the nudge the Protestants and Catholics to implement the Good Friday Accords. He feels that could be a model for peace in the Middle East. David?
All right, Wendell Goler in Belfast. And coming up, more on those explosions in Baghdad. What's the cause? Of course, the Iraqis say they're the cause. That's what the Saddam regime says in its dying moments. We'll give you more information. Plus, the palaces of Saddam Hussein inside looks like you've never seen before, straight from the front. Coming up on Fox.
Moving freely makes my spirits soar.
Discover new Flexium, a unique supplement for joint health.
I feel wonderfully carefree with less stiffness.
Flexium works in two ways. Only Flexium combines a patented form of SAMe to help ease pain from everyday activities, plus glucosamine to help renew cartilage. You can feel results in as little as 2 weeks. Feel the Flexium difference in your joints. Guaranteed.
At just 5 cents a minute, IDT Long Distance has always had the best flat rate plan available. Now, there's proof. An independent analysis of the long distance industry by the Wall Street Journal gave IDT Long Distance the thumbs up and AT&T, Sprint, and MCI the thumbs down. They rated IDT better than AT&T, better than Sprint, and better than MCI. IDT got the highest rating for straightforward billing, great international rates, and the lowest state-to-state long distance, just 5 cents a minute. In fact, apples to apples, your telephone bill will be the lowest with IDT versus AT&T, Sprint, and MCI. Make the switch to IDT Long Distance and see for yourself why IDT received the thumbs up, the highest rating from the Wall Street Journal. 5 cents a minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. IDT Long Distance. No one does it for less.
Tomorrow, the conflict in Iraq. Get live updates on overnight military maneuvers, plus the latest developments from our nation's capital. Fox and Friends, real journalism, fair and balanced.
And for an update on Iraqi freedom, we want to go to Eric Shawn at Fox News World Headquarters. Eric?
Dave, I'm Eric Shawn at the Fox News headquarters with the latest on Iraqi freedom. As we've been showing you throughout this afternoon, there have been some huge explosions erupting in downtown Baghdad. The night sky has been illuminated by a continuing series of attacks. There is no word at this moment on whether or not they are coalition airstrikes or, as the Iraqis claim, their forces opening up. But it comes as fierce fighting is now ongoing in Baghdad. You can see some of that there with that tape earlier from Abu Dhabi TV. This all as Allied forces have arrived and captured some symbols of Saddam's doomed regime. U.S.-led troops continue to exchange fire with Iraqi troops in Baghdad after rumbling into the center of the Iraqi capital earlier. Snipers reportedly have been firing from the rooms of the Al Rashid Hotel. That's the hotel that for years has been used by journalists, which is that part of the city where some of those explosions had been seen. Meanwhile, Fox's Greg Kelly, who's with the Third ID that took Saddam's main presidential palace, tells us there are heavy airstrikes ongoing on Iraqi positions. Our troops using Saddam's bathrooms, taking over Saddam's parade grounds. They even demolished a statue of a defiant Saddam on horseback. The Iraqis did strike back at a U.S. communications center in the South Baghdad. It was hit by an Iraqi missile. 2 Marines and 2 European soldiers were killed in that attack. And field reports say 6 U.S. soldiers are missing and a large number injured after a group of armored personnel carriers in the southern Baghdad were also hit by rockets. And also today, finally, a weapons of mass destruction site may have been found, this one in the city of Hindaya. It's just south of the Iraqi capital, that according to Reuters. Chemical weapons teams now working to confirm if suspected stocks are indeed that of sarin. Sarin gas is a deadly nerve agent that's been used by terrorists in the past. Meanwhile, in Basra, in the south, the British say that city now under coalition control. Iraqi civilians there also reportedly turning on those loyal to Saddam Hussein, attacking militiamen and conducting looting. And it looks like Chemical Ali is dead. Saddam's infamous cousin responsible for the gassing of the Kurds, killing thousands. Well, sources on the ground say that he was killed, and airstrikes on his house. The British now efforting to specifically confirm that. It has been a day of progress for the coalition forces, obviously, but still it is a difficult day and night in Baghdad, and we have always been cautioned and warned that difficult days still can lie ahead. Well, some Iraqis are welcoming the troops, others still extremely hostile. The military campaign continues. That's the very latest up to the second. I'm Eric Shawn.
Eric Shawn, thanks very much. History is being made in Baghdad. Coalition forces have stormed Saddam's own palaces and have taken control of much of the city of Baghdad. There is word now that Saddam's regime is falling apart. Is the Republic of Fear afraid itself? Complete coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom right here on the network America Trusts for real journalism, fair and balanced.
Tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, join Shepard Smith for the latest developments from the front lines. Stay with Fox News Channel's live overnight coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
I remember our first night in the new house with the dish.
We weren't getting a picture, and we didn't want to be trapped in this house with 5 kids and no TV.
You absolutely have to have a TV.
I went up to try and get a signal, fix this the satellite dish. The dish was outside this window, and the TV was down here. So I rigged a series of mirrors down the hallway, here, here, and here, to see if the TV had a picture.
The next morning, I said, that's it. I called Comcast, and we got digital cable. We should have done this a long time ago.
Spruce up your home for spring with beautiful custom furniture from Calico Corners, where right now you'll save 20% on any furniture frame plus an additional 10% on coordinating fabric. New styles and new looks are created every day at Calico Corners. Stop by and let a talented design consultant assist you in selecting custom furniture to fit your personal taste. Calico Corners, 4004 Hillsborough Road, across from Davis Kidd. Designer fabrics, furniture, and inspiration for your home.
Buick quality goes 0 to 60. Are you ready? Are you ready? Can you believe? Now, Buick quality rewards you with 0 APR, interest-free financing for 60 months, or $3,000 cash back on LeSabre, a Consumer's Digest Best Buy, delivering nearly 30 miles per gallon highway.
It's from Buick. You know it rides beautifully.
0 to 60 or cash back. Move up to Buick now.
Restaurants have been part of the Demas family for generations. Over the years, they perfected unique recipes from the world over. Today, they serve the area's finest steaks, seafood, pasta, and chicken. For lunch or dinner, experience a legacy of fine food and superior service. The Demas family difference. Demas's in Murfreesboro, Nashville, and Lebanon.
The Iraqis came out victorious, and the battle is still ongoing in the main fronts.
Well, Saddam Hussein says he owns Baghdad. Wrong. We own Baghdad. We own his palaces. We own his downtown district. We own his hotels.
Well, the Iraqi there was a little out of sync, but of course that's nothing new for the Iraqi information minister, out of sync both physically and intellectually. Is the Republic of Fear losing its ability to intimidate the Iraqi people? For more on that, we turn to Ambassador Dennis Ross. He's a Fox News foreign affairs analyst and director of the Washington Institute for Near East Policy Study. Ambassador Ross, the first reports that we were hearing about uprising in Baghdad may have been inflated somewhat. We're backing down a little bit on that. However, if these uprisings do continue to spread throughout Iraq, does that show that this regime has lost the very fundamental tool that it had to control the people?
Without question. I mean, the key, and you describe it well, it actually was a book written by Conan Makir, an Iraqi exile, which he entitled The Republic of Fear. Saddam Hussein has ruled on the basis of complete intimidation, brutality, and what can only be described as unrelenting anxiety. Anxiety that if you do anything, if you say anything, if you're suspected in any way, shape, or form, you will be dead. And you'll probably be tortured along the way. Now, the key has been a kind of omnipresent coercion structure. And as that begins to break down, as people begin to feel less fear, then you'll begin to see their real emotions begin to emerge. But bear in mind, they've lived this way for a long time on the one hand, and the other is he has a way of surviving. And certainly part of his own myth-making, which he may himself believe, is that no matter how dire the circumstances, he has a way of coming back. So you're not going to see people truly rise up until they're really convinced that he's gone and is going to remain gone.
He does have that way of popping back, but on the other hand, he does not have what you might call a cult of personality. That is, people don't seem to have a sort of religious fervor about him the way they do about Osama bin Laden or other leaders in the Arab world.
He's never built his rule on the basis of loyalty. He's built it on the basis of fear. He's built it on the basis of rewarding those who, in a sense, he convinced had their own survival depending upon his. Now, he did create a younger group, especially in the Fedayeen, kids that were orphaned, kids who came from broken families, who he basically educated and socialized to believe in him, but they're a relatively small number. Outside of the Fedayeen and maybe the Special Republican Guard, he doesn't have anybody who is loyal to him as such. Even those closest to him, I wouldn't say are necessarily loyal to him. They realize they've been just as vulnerable as everybody else within the society.
Now, as the fear withers away, dies down, and as Iraqis see more U.S. Marines around, they're taking actions specifically against the Fedayeen and the other Saddam supporters. We're hearing stories in Basra of people being executed summarily, Saddam Hussein loyalists. Do we step in to stop this?
One of the realities we're going to have to contend with is that there's going to be a very strong impulse towards score settling and blood feuding. Bear in mind that Saddam ruled not only on the basis of terror, but also on the basis of favoring some clans at the expense of others. Those who've been on the losing side of that equation, they're going to be, I think, feeling pretty strongly that it's time to settle scores. And I think we do at some point have to impose law and order as part of our own responsibility. If we're going to create a stable Iraq, it's going to be a stable Iraq built on a rule of law. That's something that has to take shape. And we can't be a party to what might be lawlessness.
Right. Now, we have seen some incredible fibs or out-and-out lies coming out of the information minister saying, for example, that, you know, Marines and our coalition forces are not in the airport when we have live reports from the airport. When the Arab street, so-called, when the folks in Jordan and Egypt and the other Arab countries have been being fed these lies and actually believed a lot of them, when they see the pictures of Iraqis in good context with U.S. coalition forces, what happens?
There'll be a two-stage process. Recognize that there has not really been support for Saddam. That's been the most remarkable thing. Whatever the anger towards us, you haven't seen a companion piece of that being support for Saddam. So the first stage of this is further discrediting of Saddam and his regime. The second stage depends much more on being able to see pictures, very clear, unmistakable, demonstrable pictures of Iraqis welcoming us and being jubilant over their liberation. That's going to take longer to have because until, as we've been discussing it, until the Republic of Fear and all of its various tentacles of control, until that basically disappears, you're not truly going to see people who feel free enough and secure enough to come out. And I think here the symbol is really getting Saddam himself.
All right, although I'm looking right now at a New York Post picture. I don't know if you can see it there. It shows an Iraqi boy, a teenage boy, hugging a U.S. coalition, either U.S. or Brit coalition force member. You're going to be seeing a lot more of those in the coming days and weeks, and you're already seeing a lot of it now. Ambassador, I wanted to ask you about how to keep the French and the Russians out of Iraq, but we don't have time. Ambassador Dennis Ross, great to see you. Thanks very much. We'll have you back. Let's take a look at some pictures now, some more pictures. We just showed you one from the New York Post. We've got some others here. U.S. Marines listen to a chaplain. He is holding services at their military base. Always time for faith when your life's on the line. This is in Nasiriyah. Now, U.S. Marines also returning fire there as they try to secure a key bridge into Baghdad. And soldiers honor a fallen comrade during a memorial service on the tarmac of Baghdad International Airport. Soldiers at the airport check out the area just after taking control, and British-Irish guards, the Irish are there as well, aim at targets as they push against Saddam Hussein loyalists. This in the city of Basra, and a lot of action by the Brits there right now. Well, new explosions have rocked the city of Baghdad. We just heard it minutes ago. Giant blasts lit up the capital city's skies. Details on Operation Iraqi Freedom right here, coming up on the network. American Trust for real journalism, fair and balanced.
I'm happily married with 820.
One picture says 1,000 words. A statue of Saddam Hussein blasted in Baghdad. A bold daylight raid. U.S. forces, including the Army's 3rd Infantry, storming the heart of the Iraqi capital, but the danger is not over. U.S. forces coming under fire from snipers holed up in a hotel.
One of Saddam's palaces seized. The view amazing in more ways than one. Our troops settling into this once posh complex and picking up a few souvenirs to show to the cameras. This mission being called a huge PSYOPs success. And a possible weapons of mass destruction storage site also detected in central Baghdad. Hi, everybody. I'm Linda Vester.
And I'm David Asman.
We have been covering some of the latest things that have been happening in Baghdad. You just saw, and David has been reporting the past several minutes, that there have been new explosions in the capital city. But some of the best action has been seen by one of our embedded reporters, Fox News correspondent Greg Kelly. He is with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division. He was with them as they stormed into Saddam Hussein's main presidential palace in central Baghdad. Take a look at this.
They took the palaces of Baghdad. Shortly after 6 o'clock this morning, the 2nd Brigade Combat Team of the 3rd Infantry Division roared into town. This time, it isn't a raid. They're staying 2 of Saddam Hussein's palaces and the National Parade Grounds, sites that have huge symbolic significance under coalition control. We're at one of the palaces now. It was heavily damaged in last month's airstrike, debris and rubble everywhere inside, but so are signs of opulence. Marble floors, ornate chandeliers. But sitting in Saddam's old palace may not be enough. The battle continues. Heavy fighting in downtown Baghdad, mostly with suicide fighters. Trucks laden with explosives attempting to ram the side of tanks and Bradleys. And airstrikes continue to pummel the city. It was a huge day for coalition forces, but the fighting rages on. They're telling us that they have a lot of work left to do. From Baghdad, Greg Kelly, Fox News.
There's also a very fluid situation right now in the southern city of Basra. British troops taking control of most of that city right now. They're trying to confirm the death of one of the most brutal members of Saddam Hussein's inner circle. But at the same time, it appears that there is some degree of civilian uprising against what is left of Saddam Hussein's Fedayeen. We take you now to Kuwait City. Jonathan Hunt is tracking the progress in Basra from there. Jonathan?
Hi, Linda. As the Brits break the back of the Iraqi regime in the south, they may have got one of Saddam Hussein's most notorious henchmen, known as Chemical Ali. Ali Hassan al-Majid is Saddam Hussein's cousin, and he's thought to be responsible for some of the regime's worst atrocities, including the 1988 gassing of Kurds, the attack which earned him his nickname Chemical Ali and took thousands of lives. He's also been linked to the brutal crushing of a Shiite uprising in the south after the first Gulf War back in 1991. Now, his home in Basra was targeted over the weekend by coalition aircraft, and coalition officials now believe they probably did kill al-Majid, sending a powerful message to the people of Basra and beyond that the regime's reign is almost over. The British grip on Basra is being tightened by the hour. Liberation, according to British military officials, is being delivered to the Iraqi people, although those same officials cautioned that despite the military successes, some difficult days may still lie ahead. British troops have now moved into what they call the heart of Basra. Among the symbolic sites they've seized the presidential palace compound there, once the headquarters of the Fedayeen militia. Militia positions were targeted overnight and over the weekend by coalition aircraft, and by the time the British troops arrived at the palace gates, there was apparently very little sign of life. British forces now sweeping through the old part of Basra. That is a difficult mission. It has to be done in light armoured vehicles and on foot because of the narrow streets there. Now, British forces have also been patrolling some other parts of Basra in decidedly relaxed fashion. We've seen them, for instance, just walking along without their helmets on, a sure sign that they feel they have those parts of the city at least very secure, and another sign to the people of Basra that coalition forces are there to stay. It does seem to be that they are sending a message to the local civilians there that the Iraqi regime's rule of that city, at least, is at an end. As one British official put it to me earlier today, this is the final chapter for Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party goons. That's the latest live from Kuwait City. Back to you in New York.
Jonathan Hunt, thank you very much.
And this is a Fox News alert for you from the front. Of course, they found what they suspected was a chemical facility that might have banned weapons. Well, they've done initial tests on those big drums, those many-gallon container drums that they've had, and apparently, according to initial tests, banned chemical weapons have been found in Iraq. This is hot off the wire. It is breaking information. This could be so-called smoking gun that a lot of folks have said we haven't found yet. Apparently, some military folks went in there, discovered these drums, got sick. They started to vomit. There were skin rashes. It wasn't clear whether it was as a result of banned chemicals or just some other kind of chemicals that they might have discovered. But initial tests do show that these are some of the banned chemical weapons that we've heard so much about, lo, these many months and even years. Well, meanwhile, CENTCOM's top guy, General Tommy Franks, rallying our troops in Iraq for that story and more. Let's go live to Fox's Mike Tobin at Central Command. And first, Mike, any news at all about this story that initial tests did show banned chemical weapons were found?
Well, nothing new about that. I'll talk about that in 1 second as far as some of the background information that General Brooks gave about that earlier in the day. Let me talk about General Franks, the guy running the whole operation out here. He went into Iraq today, went to 3 different sites. We're not getting much as far as specifics as far as where exactly General Franks went. We expect to hear more of that in a little less than 3 hours from now. We know that General Franks has left before. He went out to Kuwait a few days back and visited with some of the wounded soldiers in Kuwait there and met with the commander of his ground component. As to the major development of the day, CENTCOM saying that Baghdad is now isolated and Central Command will continue to put pressure on the regime. That pressure coming in the form of tanks and armored personnel carriers rolling right out of the parade grounds in the heart of Baghdad. U.S. troops entering the palaces, as you saw from our own Greg Kelly. This intended to show the population that the regime is losing its grip. But Brigadier General Brooks making it very clear this does not mean that the fighting is over.
Even though the coalition has disrupted much of the regime's ability to wage war and its command and control systems, the regime retains some capability. The coalition continues attacks from air and ground to further erode the command and control of forces and to eliminate threats to coalition forces, Iraq's neighbors, and the Iraqi people.
And David, we just heard you talk about it. Some reports coming out of Iraq that initial tests prove that there are banned chemicals present in Iraq. That is yet to be confirmed by U.S. Central Command. One thing Brigadier General Brooks said, there is plenty of evidence that the chemicals are out there. Everything from the chemical suits that have been found to the atropine injectors to the systems capable of delivering chemical weapons. Here's Brigadier General Brooks.
As-Samud missiles, Ababil 100s. The missiles that could deliver these types of chemicals. Where we saw them, we destroyed them. And we also moved into areas where they had been launched in the early days, particularly toward Kuwait, to take away the opportunity for them to actually deliver those. That work continues, but there's also still capability. While it hasn't been found, we're reminded that because we haven't found it, it's still there.
The British contingent not confirming that Chemical Ali is dead, but they are confirming the fact that there is an insurgency there. Some of the local Shiites uprising, fighting back against the Fedayeen militia that oppressed them for decades. On one hand, the Brits say that's a good sign, showing that the noose is off their neck and they have the courage to stand up to these people. On another hand, it's not a good sign because when these two groups start fighting each other, it's virtually impossible for the coalition forces to determine who is Fedayeen and who is a Shiite rebel. David?
All right, Mike Tobin at CENTCOM. Mike, thanks very much. And we are getting some more information. This from the Reuters news service. Apparently, it's coming right directly from Iraq, not going through CENTCOM, which is why Mike wasn't aware of it quite yet, but I'm sure he's going to have a lot more information. What we're finding out now, this according to Reuters, is that nerve agents sarin and, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, tabun and sarin have been found, also a blister agent. Now, this was in a part of Iraq that's in the centrally located area where U.S. Marines had gone in, found these big containers, these huge vats, gallons and gallons of stuff that made the folks in there sick. When they were carting out these gallons of whatever it was, people began to throw up. They began to have blisters on their skin. It was suspected that these may have contained chemical weapons or agents of that. And in fact, it appears that's exactly what they do. Remnants of sarin and tabun and a blister agent called lewisite have been found in Iraq. Linda?
All right, we want to get a little bit more information on this with one of our military analysts who's been helping us through our live coverage. Producers, if we could throw up a map also just to give a sense of where this suspected WMD site has been found. Basically what we're hearing via the wire services is that the WMD place has been found at a camp on the Euphrates River between the cities of Kerbala and Hilla. So as soon as we can get a map up, but just for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, what we're being told is that this is actually the site of ancient Babylon. Now, we want to go to our military expert who's been kind enough to join us, retired Army Ranger and Fox News contributor, Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis. Colonel, thanks for being here. Sorry to catch you sort of on the fly here in terms of WMD. We know about sarin, nerve gas, but tabun, or tabun as it's pronounced, and lewisite. Do you know anything more about that you can shed light on?
Well, the blister agent, Linda, is much like mustard gas. And it's interesting, a week ago, you may recall the report we got from the AP that there were 55-gallon cans or containers put on the battlefield near Kerbala. And we were speculating at that point, and it may prove to be true, but that they were going to probably fire the 120-millimeter smoothbore out of the T-72s into those, blow them up as we were crossing the red line. And that would have created a large mustard gas or a blistering agent, which would have slowed us down. So this is beginning to come together and make a lot of sense. The people placing them, by the way, on the ground were in chemical protective gear completely. So that's a possibility. If I can, Linda, I'd like to transition to the map.
Okay, yeah, let's see if we can pull that up.
Okay.
And just to show our viewers, you're only seeing the Tigris River. If we'll eventually be able to get to another map that shows the Euphrates River, which is where this WMD site was found. Go ahead, Colonel.
Yeah, and that's way down to the south, down toward Kerbala, where the 3rd Infantry has come up from. As we kind of look at it right now, of course, we have the incursion into the center of the city with the 3rd ID. We have the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. Looks like we may have an airfield almost. Ollie North was reporting on that. And, of course, there's the incursion perhaps across the Tigris, which would have put us in this vicinity right now with the 1st MEF. We've had the airport. We're still exploiting that. We've got the C-130. We're beginning to flow things in there. What's interesting is some of the problems we're hearing in the north. The people are beginning to uprise against the regime. Now, what we're concerned about are the Fedayeen. We're concerned that they will be fighting inside some of the neighborhoods as we approach. It's obvious that they've lost command and control because you're not finding any large tactical maneuver. There's no semblance of organization amongst some of the resistance there. So you have those realities. And then, of course, we're trying to put together what essentially is a loose cordon around the entire metro area. So we have stretched all the way around here. Let me just clear that off. All the way around the city, we have a thin line of our personnel. 3rd ID over here, also down here. Then you have perhaps 101st, some special operating forces up here, and then, of course, the 1st MEF around here. And we're locking down some of the major exit points. That not only keeps people that we don't want to get out of the city and lets the good people out, but it also keeps the remnants of the Republican Guard, of which there are 5 divisions still down south, in bits and pieces that we don't know where they are necessarily. We're engaging them in strong points and on the fly and so forth. So what is typifying this, Linda, is the typical confusion that goes with the battlefield.
Colonel, let me ask you about some of the resistance of what is left of the Iraqi military inside Baghdad, because we know the snipers have taken up position in the Al Rashida Hotel inside Baghdad University. We know that a communications site used by the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division was fired on today. So how much do you, guessing, educated guess, how much do you think is really left of the Iraqi military inside Baghdad?
Well, we knew beforehand Special Republican Guard were upward to 15,000. They're the premier paramilitary. But we know that the Fedayeen and the technicals have been charging our tanks, suicide attacks. There were thousands in Baghdad. Now, exactly how many Republican Guard were able to escape our M1A2s as they went back in the city, that's the unknown. And we've blocked anything in the north, so it doesn't appear as if they're able to reinforce from the north. So we're looking at upward to perhaps 16,000 people. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to shed all their military garb and blend into this 5 million person populated city, which is as large as Los Angeles. So it really becomes these small pockets all over this, polka dotted all through this major metro area, and we're going to have to find them, and we'll take care of them one at a time, and it is going to take a while, though.
Okay, one quick question getting back to our breaking news, which is the discovery, being reported by the wire services, of a potential WMD site near the location of ancient Babylon, which is outside of Baghdad, south of Baghdad. We understood before the war that there were teams, the 75th Exploitation Team, I think was the umbrella name for them, including some civilian former weapons inspectors who were able to work on this stuff. A question is whether or not those teams are actually forward enough with a third ID, or if it's going to take a while before they get there to do confirmation tests on these sites.
Well, we had reports early on, a week ago in Nasiriyah that they were looking at some of the stuff we found there, and then Najaf, and now in Karbala. So certainly they're within easy range. I would be very surprised if we didn't have some of those people already evaluating. They have with them these test kits that can pretty well confirm what type of agent, and if they've come out and declared that these are Taban and sarin and perhaps others, this is not at all surprising. We've known for a long time they have a fairly robust inventory, but they've been well hidden, and now we've uncovered one apparently.
Retired Army Ranger Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis. Colonel, thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, we're going to have more on this breaking story, but meanwhile, we're also looking at a shot in Northern Ireland, where President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair are going to be meeting to discuss, of course, the war in Iraq and post-war Iraq as well. We've got a live report in their summit in Belfast coming up on the way.
Plus, a potentially disturbing report whether al-Qaeda may be trying the back door to get into the United States via the Mexican border. There are some new reports coming out about this. We're going to tell you what they may have planned, who they are working with. That's just ahead here on Fox.
Tonight.
Iraq, the highest number there's been since this war began, 2,000, the lowest about 1,400. So you can see the air war does continue as intensely as ever. At this point, over the 17 days of the shock and awe campaign, there have been more than 29,000 sorties. Judy, back to you.
Gary, now that U.S. forces are not only on the outskirts of Baghdad, they are making regular forays into the city. Some of them battalions are staying there. How does that affect the air campaign over the city?
Well, the Air Force considers it more important than ever to have a very hearty presence over Baghdad, and that's why they're very specifically saying and telling us they will now have even more planes over the city at all times. There will not be a time of the day where there aren't a considerable number of planes flying over Iraq's capital city.
Thanks, Gary Tuchman. I was thinking in terms of accuracy being even more important than ever before. Of course, that has always been of paramount importance. Gary Tuchman reporting for us from an air base in Kuwait, as we're now authorized to say. Well, as we've been showing you a lot of military developments to talk about today, Lieutenant General Dan Christman is here. We'll talk about the Tigris River Bridge, Saddam's palaces, and more. Then we'll go inside one of those palaces, this one in Basra. See what's inside from top to bottom. And later, one possible hiding place for Saddam Hussein, what his bunker might look like.
Operation Iraqi Freedom. Fox News Live Daytime has it covered. Unparalleled reporting from dedicated journalists.
The strongest bombing of the war yet.
From the front lines to the home front, America's #1 source for cable news.
The 101st Airborne on the move.
Fox News Live. Real journalism, fair and balanced.
It is 1 a.m. in the eastern United States, 9 a.m. in Iraq as Fox News Channel's continuing coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom continues. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Wilson reporting in Washington. I'll be joined by Lori Dew in New York in just a short while. The breaking news at this hour, Saddam Hussein may be dead. Military officials say the U.S. bombed a residential complex in Baghdad on Monday where Saddam Hussein, his sons, and other top Iraqi leadership may, we repeat, may have been meeting. Let's go directly to Kelly Wright, who's at the Pentagon for the very latest. Kelly, what can you tell me?
Well, Brian, what we can tell you is that defense officials here say they had enough confidence in credible intelligence reports coming from the ground, coming from Baghdad, that Saddam Hussein and his two sons, as well as members of the Iraqi leadership, had gone to a restaurant in the Al Mansour district of Baghdad for a meeting possibly to discuss some sort of exit strategy out of Baghdad. Well, while they were there in that meeting, a strike was called and a bombing took place there, and there is growing optimism or confidence here that Saddam Hussein and his sons may have perished in today's bombing. And all of this coming from those credible intelligence sources on the ground. The intelligence report happened early in the afternoon, roughly around 1 p.m. Baghdad time. At 3 p.m. Baghdad time, a B-1 strike was called in following the intelligence reports received. 4 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs were dropped on the target. It happened in an area at what defense officials say was a house and a restaurant in an upscale residential area. Oddly, the location was within a mile, we're told, of where U.S. forces were operating. There are intelligence reports that Saddam and his sons, Uday and Qusay, were planning to leave Baghdad and had been meeting to discuss plans with other Iraqi leaders' strategy to get out of town. Defense officials tell us it's in the Mansour district or neighborhood in the heart of Baghdad. It's also near the Grand Mosque. Defense officials tell us they have seen the Iraqi forces put their tanks and other military equipment near holy sites, and Pentagon sources say the area has a huge crater where the bombs hit. Defense officials here at the Pentagon say they will not completely know if Saddam and his sons were killed in this strike until they can actually sift through the rubble to determine if Saddam and his sons were actually there. There are also reports that that restaurant had a bunker, but defense officials here at the Pentagon tell us that if the bunker was there and Saddam Hussein and his sons managed to get there, it would not have protected them from those 4 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs that have been dropped by a B-1 bomber. There's just no way that anyone would have survived that kind of blast. That is the latest word here from the Pentagon. Brian?
All right, Kelly, we have to kind of do an assessment on what we know here. Yeah. We definitely know that it's not common for the United States military to drop 8,000 pounds of explosives on an area, a residential area, unless they have some pretty good idea that they have a rich target there. That much we do know.
Well, you're getting to the key component of this strike. It all happened as a result of a high level of confidence in those ground sources. We were also told through Rita Cosby that the CIA actually provided this information, and within an hour, that strike was carried out. There was enough confidence in this intelligence ground report coming from the heart of Baghdad that Saddam and his sons had moved in there. Otherwise, that type of explosive ordnance would never have been called from an airstrike. As you understand, the airstrike has basically been in a position of providing close air support in an urban area for the ground troops who are operating in there for the coalition, and they wouldn't have resorted to that kind of heavy ordnance being dropped from the air in such an urban area where they've basically phased back or scaled back some of their bombings, going to the smaller 500-pound bombs, the inert bombs, the concrete bombs to prevent civilian casualties. So the defense officials tell us here at Fox News that there was credible evidence that Saddam Hussein was operating in that area, had gone into that area. Why he went there, no one knows. It's really of his own choosing. But at a time of our own choosing, we sought to take out Saddam Hussein and his sons and the Iraqi regime.
All right, and we must also temper all that with the knowledge that we've heard this before in the opening hours of this campaign. And also, we must also temper with the fact that it may be some time before we know exactly what happened there, and that it will take some time to go through that 60-foot crater.
Well,
thank
Brian,
you very much.
It will take some time. Defense officials here say it could take as much as 3 days, much as it did with Chemical Ali, going through the rubble there to sift through to determine if he in fact was there. It will take some time, but those credible sources also tell us that even the White House says Saddam Hussein is very elusive. He may have used this as a ruse, but wherever he is, it's still insignificant because the coalition's objective is very clear, and that is to dismantle the Iraqi regime.
Kelly Wright at the Pentagon, we thank you. I want to bring in my colleague who's going to be joining me for the next 2.5 hours. Lori Dew is in New York. And Lori, I'll hand it over to you for a while.
All right, Brian, thanks very much. Good to see you again. And hello, everybody. Let's go right now to Baghdad, where German reporter Chris Jumpelt is standing by. Chris, of course, has been contributing to reports here at Fox News Channel for the last several weeks. And fortunately, we have gotten him on the phone now. Obviously, Baghdad is the center of everything right now. Chris, good of you to join join us right now. First of all, tell us where you are right now and what you're seeing.
Hello, Laurie. I'm once again on one of the balconies of the Palestine Hotel on the eastern bank of the Tigris River, looking at the government complex and the presidential palace area. That was the battleground yesterday morning, basically all day yesterday for about 12 hours. Right now, there's a fierce battle going on at the northern end of the government perimeter, so to speak, right in front of the building of the Ministry of Information. Unfortunately, most of the details for me are blocked by another building, but I can see gunfire going two ways. I can see billows of smoke coming out. And just a little while ago, we had an A-10 Warthog cruising over, circling over the city and firing into that general area, probably trying to take out Iraqi tanks.
Chris, obviously you've been hearing the news tonight about the bombing of this upscale neighborhood where Saddam Hussein and his top aides were believed to be meeting. How far are you from that area?
Well, it's just across the river and then probably 2.5 miles, sort of, maybe a little under. There were, of course, reports about the bomb that went down there, and obviously the way it's being described over here is that the target was a civilian neighborhood, and nobody can understand how this brutal act could ever have happened. As you might imagine, that is always the way the things are described from this end.
Right. And in fact, speaking of that end, you've got the Iraqi information minister yesterday who said that no coalition troops were in Baghdad. And while that news conference was being broadcast, we were indeed showing images of soldiers on the ground in Baghdad. We're hearing that the Ministry of Information, rather, where he'd been giving these statements has also been attacked. I believe that this is also the complex where you're talking about, where you are right now, or near where you are?
Yeah, there's a slight potential for confusion here. The Ministry of Information building, which is right now in the middle of today's battleground, so to speak, which has also been strafed by the American Air Force twice before, is a little while, is about 600 yards away from here, sitting right at one of the bridges across the Tigris River. But the staff of the Information Ministry, that is shepherding the foreign press, moved into this Hotel Palestine together with us, because obviously we were not willing to work in that building any longer once it had become a target. And they have to stay with us, basically.
Yeah, quite right. And thankfully you did get out of there, and thank you for clarifying that for all of us, that you're at the Palestine Hotel. That's where everything seems to be going on right now, and hopefully that building would never be targeted. Chris, just a couple more questions for you. Have you been to the area in question that we're talking about, where this huge crater now stands, where Saddam Hussein and his two sons and other members?
No, I have not. Okay. And along with a number of colleagues, I have hopes that we might be allowed to go there today.
When you say allowed to go there, obviously I would think that...
That means precisely that. Nobody leaves this hotel, even with a stills camera, unless somebody from the ministry has authorized this journey.
Even now?
Even now, and even if you want to go to a restaurant, you should, in principle, have your guide, as they're being referred to here, with you.
Well, let me ask you this then. Have you seen coalition troops there, or have you literally not been allowed to leave the hotel in the last couple of days?
Well, you are sort of allowed to leave the hotel, but you don't really get across the river where it's right now happening. I have seen coalition troops again all day yesterday, obviously, during combat, and I've seen them again today. There's American tanks and APCs patrolling the riverbanks around the palace. While a little further up north, I would say 800 yards further up north, some other troops are fighting the Iraqi positions there. And right now I see a huge black cloud of smoke going up, so something must have gotten a hit there.
Yes, and indeed, just a few minutes ago you referenced this A-10 Warthog that you saw firing upon something. Was that close to you?
Well, it was basically firing from almost just over this hotel across the river into whatever it saw there that I couldn't see, because it was a bit higher than I was.
Okay. Also near the Palestine Hotel, if memory serve, is the local office of Al Jazeera. Is that correct?
It is just across the river, and probably, unfortunately for Al Jazeera, very, very close to what used to be the Ministry of Information.
Chris, we'd gotten reports that the local office of Al Jazeera there had suffered some very serious damage. Do you know anything about that?
Somebody told me that. Yeah, somebody told me about this morning, but nobody has had a chance to really verify. I haven't seen any of the colleagues from Al Jazeera this morning, but the moment I'll see one, I'll ask him and let you know, of course.
All right, Chris, stand by for just a second. We want to let our audience know that you're looking at live pictures, as you can read on the top left of your screen, of Abu Dhabi TV. Chris mentioned a moment ago black plumes of smoke going through the air there, and this may be one of several places that was hit today. Chris, if you could just give us a little bit more of a sense of the feeling there and any kind of information you might be hearing from other sources tonight, or today rather.
Well, there's nothing at this point that could be really considered trustworthy sourced information in this city, because the whole system is not really set up to supply journalists with something like that. It's very much making sure you have enough vantage points, finding out where is the battle noise coming from and what districts might be involved. And then obviously we speak a lot to the locals who can move a lot more freely than we do, and some of them begin to gradually share some little tidbits of information with us, which are very useful for our work here.
Chris, before we let you go, any final thoughts?
Just that this is such a bizarre situation, because on the eastern bank of town, just 600-700 yards away from very fierce battles, life just goes on. People are driving around, they're going shopping, and they're sitting in the few coffee houses that are open. It's just like a divided city by this river, because on the one bank, on the western bank, you have the government complex, and behind it, in districts like Mansour, you have the whole party elite and their villas and all of that. And then on the other bank, you have Joe Average, Iraqi citizen, and then further up north, you even have the very, very poor but enormously big Shiite neighborhood with almost 2 million out of the just over 5 million population, who are probably going to be the most relieved once this is all over.
Chris, it's kind of extraordinary. As you were saying that, we went back and forth between two images, one of this towering plume of smoke, and then the other to a very serene image of a mosque. And now we're looking at it right now, and you're right. It's as if there were two separate cities, and I guess that
serene is the word about this mosque. Now, there was like a blackout of blackouts last night. There was almost no light in this whole city. It was very, very dark. But the government knows that everybody's using this mosque as a backdrop for their live shots. So this mosque cupola was illuminated all night long. Don't ask me how they do that. So this is how bizarre things are here.
Indeed, I think you just said it right there. That's a great symbol for just the bizarre nature of what's going on there in Baghdad. Chris Yumpelt, thank you as always, my friend. We always appreciate your reports, and please take care of yourself.
You're welcome. Speak to you soon.
All right. So Brian Wilson in Washington, really very extraordinary information we just got from Chris there. Two different cities, as it would seem. It's hard to imagine that just a few miles away from where Saddam and his sons may have been hit tonight, life goes on, people on the streets, people drinking coffee.
Yeah, it is very strange. We also just need to recap that you're looking at pictures now of where this strike took place. About 2 p.m. Earlier, I guess it's yesterday now if you're on the East Coast, a 60-foot crater has been left. 8,000 pounds of coalition bomb dropped on this building because we are now told they had some pretty good intelligence that Saddam Hussein, maybe one of his sons, maybe two of his sons, maybe a lot of the Iraqi leadership were meeting at a bunker or a building near a restaurant. It is yet to be determined exactly whether or not Saddam Hussein was killed, but we are told from our sources there is increasing confidence that may be the case. One of the Fox News reporters who've been working this story since it started to break earlier last evening is Rita Cosby, who who joins me now from New York. Rita, what do you have there? And tell me what's the latest.
Brian, I can tell you that I've been talking to officials at all the different agencies tonight, and I think you hit it right on the head. There seems to be increasing confidence that they got Saddam Hussein. They don't have an exact confirmation, but I am being told that a confirmation could come as early as today. I also talked to 2 senior U.S. officials just a short bit ago, and one of them said that there are some early indications that are positive. They wouldn't say specifically what, if it's something from the site that they have gathered. We do know that they have a number of special ops officials, officers who are already there at the site, but they're telling me that there are early indications that are positive, that they're preliminary, but, quote, we have reason to be optimistic. I talked to a lot of these same officials that night of the first strike. Remember the very beginning of the war when we went after Saddam, and that night there was a lot more caution in their voices. There was a lot more concern, and they were saying, wait, we've just got to be really, really sure. There's a good chance we didn't get him. We don't know. I'm not hearing that kind of language, that kind of tone at all tonight, Brian. I'm getting very much a very confident, very optimistic sense. And just to give our viewers some details on how we can get some confirmation, I'm being told possibly DNA. Now, I asked, do we have DNA of Saddam Hussein? One senior U.S. official would not answer me, sort of suggesting that we may have some DNA, which would be very interesting, because that would certainly be a way to confirm if there are human remains at the site that we're able to discern. Also, communications, because we know that we've been able to eavesdrop on a number of conversations that he has had. In fact, it is incredible the level of intelligence that we had about this particular meeting and the amount of confidence they had about this meeting. But they believe that if he is dead, and his sons are dead too, that there would be significant communications indicating that they would obviously not see communications between him and others, would not see communications with other leaders that were at that meeting, and would hear communications with others who were not present, that survived, that would be talking about it in some sort of language. Just to give you, again, the amount of detail, we know, my intelligence sources were telling me, and I think this is absolutely incredible, just the amount of detail, that they have been able to track Saddam Hussein, that they've had a number of near misses with Saddam Hussein in the last few weeks, where he has literally left a location and then minutes later it was struck. So they said that they have missed him by minutes a few times. They said that they've been able to listen in on conversations, and this particular meeting at this location where you see here, we're told it's a restaurant structure, but that they were not in the dining area, that they may have been sort of in a separate house or in a back room, but not part of the restaurant, but in that same restaurant building, either below it or alongside it. And that at the time, they were able to discern that there were about 2 to 3 dozen security types from the Iraqi government, along with Saddam and his 2 sons, that they were standing between around 4 to 6 meters of each other, that anyone who was in the building, quote, is dead. And we know from that amount of ordnance, 4 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs that were leveled in, literally when they made the decision to call the shot, and that was after they had at least 3 or 4 different confirmations. I'm told they had a number of sources on the ground. They also had the eavesdropping from the sky. And when they finally made the decision, it only took a few moments, because literally a few minutes, I'm told, because that B-1 bomber was already hovering above in the staging area. So an incredible amount of intelligence, Brian. It's amazing.
Let me jump in here, because there's a couple of things that I think we have to say at this hour, and that is that it may be very difficult for us to discern whether or not Saddam Hussein was in there.
It is. And again, Brian, one thing I think it's important to point out, you bring up a good point, because they know in this particular facility that that they saw him go in, they did not see him leave, according to intelligence, but there also is a bunker.
That's my point. That's my point, and I just want to express a note of caution here, because this is what we heard on the first night of the campaign. He was in the building. Anybody in that building did not get out alive, and yet now we are relatively certain that he did get out alive. Although it has taken some time for them to verify that. So let me just say, there are a series of bunkers. There are a series of tunnels.
And tunnels too. And tunnels too. Which is, and that's the one thing. It's a terrific point to bring up, Brian, because they're saying we saw him go in, we did not see him leave, but there very well could have been exits that we aren't aware of. And indeed, the reason they dropped these bunker buster bombs is, in fact, because they know that there was some underground emplacement. So he could have slipped out. But I will tell you, from the tone that I'm getting, Brian, there seems to be much more confidence than I heard that first night.
Rita Cosby, thank you. May I turn to a couple of my military experts? Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, U.S. Army retired, is here. Let me just ask you a couple questions. You know how this game is played, and one of the things that we're going to be looking for in the days ahead is evidence that we got Saddam Hussein. Now, it may take some time for us to go through there and find the rubble and look for DNA evidence or look for a body, but there are other signs that we'll be looking for. For example, as we looked at the first time there was a bomb? Is there a frenetic sense at the site now? Are they digging busily to get to the bottom of that crater, to go through the rubble? The second thing we might be looking for is communications, because if Saddam Hussein is dead, somebody will get on a radio or a phone or some kind of broadcasting device, and that information will get out, won't it?
Yeah, and the information minister probably won't show up either, Brian. The reality is that you have Tariq Aziz, you have the information minister, and all these other people have a gun to their head, and it's being held by Saddam Hussein. If they don't show up on television, if they're not out there doing the things that you would predictably say they would be doing, then the reality is he's probably dead. However, as you said earlier, this cat has more than 9 lives.
Oh, this guy's slippery.
And there are literally subterranean facilities that he'll go in and come out. The fact that we're saying we saw him go in there is somewhat of a mystery because he knows he's being watched. He's not stupid. He's incredibly good at doing this. So we need to be very careful. Don't believe the first report.
All right, so to kind of recap where we are, there are reports tonight that 8,000 pounds of coalition bombs dropped on a building in an urban area of Baghdad may have killed Saddam Hussein. Our sources all say that they have increasing confidence that he was in the building. The building we now know is nothing more than rubble and dust and about a 60-foot deep crater. So there is a good chance that if he was in that building that he was indeed killed. However, all that said, we have said this before. On the opening night of the campaign, we heard the very same words. If he was in that building, he did not get out alive, and yet, indeed, the first time around, he did. It may take some time for us to sort this out. It may take some time for U.S. officials to sort this out. There are many ways they can confirm this. There's a lot of ways that they can get an idea of what is going on. We'll have to continue to watch it very, very closely in the hours and maybe days ahead. We'll be waiting to hear, of course, what the official response is as more official sources become available to us. Well, that's what we have here. Let's turn back to Lori Dew.
All right, Brian, thanks very much. Well, what we know and what we have learned just in the last couple of hours, Rita Cosby told us about this earlier. U.S. officials say that the CIA provided the intelligence which led to this strike in a building where it has not been confirmed by any means, but where Saddam Hussein, 2 of his sons, and approximately between 2 to 3 dozen Iraqi security types were tonight. Let me bring in now Mansour Ijaz. He is a Fox News Channel foreign affairs analyst and a frequent visitor here at Fox, especially recently. Thanks for coming in tonight, Mansour.
Thanks for having me.
You know, you hear that Saddam was gathered with his 2 sons and all of these people, and you got to think, why in the world would they get together at a time like this when they have to know that the noose is tightening?
Yeah. I think that we have not given enough credit to essentially the effect of the bombing campaign that has taken place in and around Baghdad and other parts of Iraq. Saddam is a person who has never tolerated very well getting bad news. He always wanted to shoot the messenger that brought him bad news. And as our troops kept marching north towards Baghdad, the news got worse and worse and worse. So I think what happened here essentially tonight, and by the way, again, I'm basing my assessments on both intelligence conversations that I had with people in the Middle East who know something about how these kinds of things work. And their assessment was that in all likelihood they got the key people together to have one final planning session.
On how to get out of there.
Exactly. Maybe in which they had planned 2 separate things. One was how the key guys get out, but the second was whatever surprise they had in mind, they would get all those American troops into Baghdad and then unleash whatever, chemical attack or whatever they may have wanted to do.
Do you think the bottom line here is that Saddam Hussein simply lost contact with the people on the outskirts who had the real solid information? Hey, we're in trouble here. Yeah. We need to get the heck out of Dodge. Do you think he was simply so out of touch because, as you said a moment ago, he would shoot the messenger. He would shoot anybody who brought him bad news.
I think that's a very important point, and that is that you're essentially laying out a scenario in which they had come to the conclusion that there was no other way to, go through this process, and they had no choice but to go ahead and, get this final plan in place and get these guys out as fast as they could.
What about DNA? You told me during a break that we do have his DNA. However, this whole building, this place that was bombed, was literally left with nothing. It's all dust. And as Colonel Cowan pointed out earlier tonight right here on Fox, you can't DNA for dust, or you can't DNA dust.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's a tough problem. I will tell you that I think there's no question that they're going to go through and sift that rubble very carefully during the next 24 hours to see what they actually have. The DNA, by the way, we would have gotten from 2 independent sources. Let's not forget that we had access to one of his mistresses in the not-too-distant past. And I will leave it right there, what that means.
Right.
But the second is that his son defected. And when his son defected, they would have certainly collected DNA samples during the course of that defection when he was out.
all right, Mansour, please stand by. I want to bring in Captain David Christian, who's on my other side. I'm very lucky tonight. I have Mansour on one side, Captain Christian on the other. When do you think we will see coalition forces there sifting through? Do you think that's happening already?
Well, I think there's a bomb damage assessment going on almost immediately. Whenever we have a target of opportunity such as this, we have two things happening. One, you have your mechanical intelligence. It's probably operating almost instance after the bomb. So you have your Predator, your Hawk going there. But we want physical on-the-ground evidence. We want to pick up a shoe. We want to pick up a sock. We want to pick up an epaulette from the uniform. We want to pick up, as unfortunate as it may sound, but you want to find the bodies or parts of the bodies so that we can do this DNA as you indicate.
Where this happened has reportedly been in a residential area. We don't know if it had the same kind of fortified bunker system or tunnel system that some of the other buildings that Saddam lived in had. So what about the possibility of a secret exit, as Brian Wilson mentioned a moment ago?
Great possibility. I mean, it always remains there, but this seems like it was truly an element of surprise. So we caught them by surprise. And when you're talking about 8,000 pounds penetrating, and they're bunker buster bombs with a delayed detonation, I've seen the major strikes. I've done the bomb damages assessment. And when you're going down with 8,000 pounds of ordnance, you had better be fast on your feet to get to the exit, I'll tell you that, because I think we got him.
And we're looking at the B-1B Lancer, as it's called right there.
And they would not give this information. I'll tell you this, that the National Security Agency is the one that's monitoring these phone calls and the intelligence that Mansour is pointing out, and the intelligence that Rita Cosby is pointing out, and the intelligence that Brian and yourself are talking about. The CIA laterals it to our special ops, and our special ops is lateraling it to the military. We had our special ops, I'm sure, on the ground with a forward observer, with a laser beam on this building, and coordinated these bombs. They came in. They were probably guided in two ways. They probably were guided in by laser and also through a form of mechanical guidance, too. So you had, intelligence and communication go hand in hand throughout war. Without intelligence and communication, we're not going to have victory. And Saddam didn't have both intelligence and the communications.
Very quickly, Mansour.
I just want to add one point, and that is that this area, the district in which these bombs fell, was very close to the palace that we took over last night, which was the principal palace of Saddam Hussein, and would have been connected by underground bunker systems. And we know for the past several months now, he's been spending most of his time at night in residential areas to ensure that people did not know where he was during a given point.
And not spending the night in the same place 2 nights in a row. And
or even 2 hours in a row.
2 hours in a row, yeah. And Brian, we've been learning tonight that the window of opportunity to do this was very small, and our intelligence was so correct, so spot on, that perhaps they got the word, and 15 or 20 minutes later, it happened.
Well, when you have those kind of resources flying over the city virtually nonstop, you have the opportunity, when you get targets of opportunity, to do something about it. I want to turn, if I can, to Chuck Nash, but I want to mention that, by the way, there is a little note in our Fox urgent file in our system that we have here that the public information officer for the Joint Chiefs of Staff says it will take about 3 days, Chuck, to verify whether Saddam and sons were killed in that Baghdad blast. I'm going to speculate here just a little bit. I'm going to speculate that's probably based on the Basra model, where we attacked a home in Basra, and it took us about 3 days to sift through the rubble to determine if Chemical Ali was in there. We now know, of course, he was. Chuck, give us a little chalk talk. Show us about the area that was struck, and I also want you to point out the areas where we still hold ground in downtown Baghdad, because we heard from our embedded correspondent Greg Kelly earlier in the evening, and he said they were still at that presidential palace we saw last night about this time.
Right. Okay, Brian, let's jump to the screenwriter and we'll get right to that. The main area that we hold is this area right here, which is on the western side of the Tigris River. We'll zoom in on a satellite photo and talk a little bit more about that. The other area of interest for us is down here in the southeast, where the Marines are approaching town, and Ollie North is with those folks. Now, there's also been a lot of mention of Saddam City, which is this area right up here. It's a nice gridded area. The streets are laid out very evenly. It was obviously a purpose-built, as the Brits would say, neighborhood. And that is the Shiite section of town. And that is where we've had anecdotal reports of an uprising in the Baghdad area, where evidently some of the Shiites from the neighborhood supposedly, and I doubt they did this without a little bit of help, got into a Republican Guard armory and were taking matters into their own hands up in that area. Now, those were some initial reports. I have not had those confirmed. Back to the meat of your question, which is, so where are we right now? And if you look at this satellite image, the area where Greg Kelly has been doing a lot of this reporting, this is the new palace area down here. There's also a presidential palace up in this area. It was a bunker. That has been very heavily bombed. Now, one of the other areas that is discussed a lot is this parade ground and the Memorial of the Unknown Soldier. That is right up in this area here. Here's the parade ground, and let me zoom in on that a little bit to see if we can't break that out better. You can see right where the little red arrow is, or let me just put a dot and I'll draw around it. There's a round area, and then there's a line going through here. That is the parade ground, and right next to it, that circular area is the Tomb of the Unknowns. Now, also up in this area, and again, I know I'm doing a lot of finger painting here, this bridge that comes across from the eastern side of the river, where our associate reporter, Chris, was talking. They said life is going on as normal. Well, that's because they're over here in the Palestine Hotel, and they're looking down the street this way at a mosque, and everything's tranquil. Well, over here's where all the bad stuff's happening. These are all the government areas, and there, right here, is the Al Rashid Hotel, which is right next to the parade ground, which is right near the area where the new palace is. And oh, by the way, right over here off the map is that neighborhood that just got bombed, the Al Mansour neighborhood, and it's just off at the arrow tip there. So you can see it's relatively close to everything else that's going on the west side of the river.
Chuck, I want to interrupt you for a moment because we have a picture we want to pop up, a live picture of what's going on in downtown Baghdad right now. And as we tell you that, we want to pass on information that is, look at that, a tank on the bridge there. We are told by the Reuters news service that 2 U.S. tanks advance onto a key central Baghdad bridge and fire. This has been seen on live TV. There they are, U.S. coalition tanks advance onto what we are told is a key central Baghdad bridge. These pictures being brought to us by Abu Dhabi TV. Do you have any sense, Chuck, by look, oh, there he goes, let's stay with him. As we watch this, do you have any sense of which bridge that is?
Well, based on where the forces are currently, I could hazard a guess, and I'll put an arrow on it right here, which is this could be that bridge right there. And the reason why I say that particular bridge is because, again, here is the new palace area, there's the parade ground, and this area right here is called the 14 July Memorial, which is one of the other areas that was specifically called out very early this morning when you and I were doing this about 24
hours ago. That's right.
Yeah, that 14 July monument is one of the areas that Greg Kelly specifically called out. So it would not surprise me at all if that wasn't the bridge. But as you can see, there are other bridges right here, and there's a bridge there. So
now,
they
let me
came
stop you,
from
Chuck.
the airport.
Let me stop you because this is very telling what we're seeing in these pictures in downtown Baghdad. As you notice, we saw off in the distance an aircraft. Each and every time that there has been any kind of movement of tanks or armored personnel carriers, wow, that didn't look good. We'll hope to catch up with what's going on there. But every time that we have seen that, there has been a situation where you have aircraft in the air, and it's usually been the A-10 tank killers, the Warthogs, that have been on the scene, and that usually precedes any kind of movement. We also want to mention that when Greg Kelly was on the air earlier, that's not, however, an A-10. Wow, look at that. Let's just watch the action here for a moment.
That's kind of close to that camera.
نتمنى ألا يكون قد أصاب مبنى قناة أبو ظبي. جابر هل أحد من زملائي
This, of course, coming from Abu Dhabi TV.
داخل المكتب.
That was between that tank and the camera.
أكرر هل يسمعني.
Did you get a look at that aircraft, Chuck? What was it?
أبو ظبي.
I don't know. It was a very quick flash. It looked like a swept-wing airplane. I had a very hard time with that. I'll have to re-look at that. You know, a sweep-wing, the only swept-wing aircraft that are out there are the F-14s right now.
Okay, so it may have been an F-14, but clearly, as we listened to Greg Kelly earlier this evening, he said they intended to expand the area that they held. And what we may be seeing now is that offensive out of the areas that coalition forces hold in the center of Baghdad. I think we're in for another exciting night, and I wouldn't at all be surprised that if in the next few minutes we hear from Greg Kelly again, because once they start to move, once they start to go somewhere, Greg Kelly pops up and reports what he knows. But clearly, a lot of activity going on in downtown Baghdad tonight. U.S. coalition tanks crossing a key bridge across the Tigris River, headed toward, I would guess, the Palestine Hotel in that area where the other reporters have been staying. So perhaps before the evening is over, that very placid shot we saw from the Palestine Hotel, which showed a mosque in the background and traffic continuing as normal, may look very different. I said this about this time last night. I'll say it again. It looks like we're in for an exciting couple of hours. You want to stay right here on Fox News. We'll show you everything as it happens, but aircraft in the air, tanks on the bridge. We have U.S. and coalition forces now in control of a large area on one side of the Tigris River, and we have been told they intend to expand the area that is under their control, so it could be a pretty exciting evening. We'll stop right now and go back up to Lori Dew in New York for continuing coverage, and we'll continue to watch these pictures. Lori?
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Wow. You know, you just never know what's going to happen when you walk into work, but as we see, the attacks continue right there in the heart of Baghdad. Let's go just a few hundred miles away now to Amman, Jordan, where Simon Marks is standing by. Simon, gosh, I almost don't know where to start with you. I know that you guys there have been monitoring all the Arab TV networks. Maybe you could start by telling us what's going on these networks and what you're seeing.
Well, let me tell you what I think we're looking at right now, Laurie, in that shot that we had from Abu Dhabi television showing the tanks on the bridge. There are 6 bridges that cross the Tigris River, and the bridge where we've seen that tank is the southernmost bridge. It's the Jumeirah Bridge, the Republic Bridge, the southernmost bridge that crosses the Tigris and heads from the west of Baghdad to the east of Baghdad. And that's important because we heard from Chris Yumpelt, our reporter in Baghdad, a little bit earlier on, almost describing a scene of Baghdad effectively being divided, rather like Berlin was during the days of the Berlin Wall. The folks on the east of the city have not seen any U.S. tanks up until now. Chris isn't able to leave his hotel and get out and find out exactly what's going on the west of the city. And what we appear to be seeing here now is tanks preparing to cross the river from the west into the east. If that happens, and if we see that occur in the course of the next few hours, that will be a very significant strategic move by the United States, because it will illustrate that there is a desire now to take more territory inside Baghdad. Perhaps a desire to try and prevent the Minister of Information from holding another one of those news conferences on the eastern banks of the Tigris at the Palestine Hotel, where Chris Yumpelt and various other correspondents in Baghdad are holed up. Now, what you're looking at here is about a mile to the east of the Mansour district, where we believe Saddam Hussein and other senior members of the Iraqi leadership were targeted by the United States B-1s earlier on, by those bunker-busting bombs a little bit earlier on. So this is all about a mile to the west, to the east rather, of the Mansour district. You can see there on the map the Mansour go about half an inch to the right, and that's where we're looking at all this action. We've been debating in the last several days at what point can one say the battle for Baghdad is underway. I think that we can probably say pretty definitively now that the battle for Baghdad is underway. A little bit earlier on, you saw a building aflame and ablaze in these pictures that we're getting from Abu Dhabi television. Our team here, producer Zoran Kusevats and correspondent Greg Palcott, tell me that that is the Ministry of Planning building. It was apparently fired on by Bradleys, US Bradleys, using 25mm chain guns, and those chain guns are able to fire incendiary devices into buildings, which could then create the fires that we're seeing in the Ministry of Planning. Now, that ministry, again, is right in the heart of that area on the western banks of the Tigris River that houses, among other things, the Deputy Prime Minister's office, Tariq Aziz's office, which we know has been hammered by US airstrikes since this war began, the Council of Ministers building, the Ministry of Information, or whatever is currently left of it, and if you expand that just a little bit further, you'd include the National Assembly, the Parliament building as well. But there's a real battle now going on to control that section of western Baghdad, and seemingly now to get US tanks to cross the river and move into eastern Baghdad. So these events could be extremely important in the battle for Baghdad. And of course, we don't want to overlook the fact that about a mile to the west, that building in the Mansour district, a very stylish part of Baghdad where Saddam Hussein and senior members of his government were reportedly meeting today, is now a large crater in the ground and could, within the next 2 or 3 days, yield information that tells us definitively whether Saddam Hussein was indeed killed last night in Baghdad, yesterday afternoon in Baghdad, by US bombers. Laurie?
Simon, we're hearing Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi TV are both reporting that they have both been hit in Baghdad. Now, of course, we've been running video from Al Jazeera. We've been taking live pictures from Abu Dhabi within our own broadcast. In fact, they just went off our air just a couple of seconds ago. What are you hearing about that?
Well, Abu Dhabi is definitely still on the air. I can actually see it from here. Sure. And they have their correspondent reporting live now from the Palestine Hotel, which is where they have some kind of a facility. Their offices, the offices of Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi, were not at the Palestine Hotel. They were in a sort of a park, a fairly exposed area on the western banks of the Tigris. And when we were in Baghdad 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was notable that as you drove past those offices of Abu Dhabi TV, every day the sign on the outside of the building and on its roof saying Abu Dhabi TV in large lettering grew larger and larger and larger, which seemed to be an indication to us that Abu Dhabi television was trying to say to the spies up in the sky, to the satellites, look, we are here, please leave us alone, we are a broadcaster, don't hit us. Tonight it seems that as this battle rages for control of the western sector of Baghdad, indeed the Al Jazeera office has certainly been hit, and we saw that very dramatic footage a couple of minutes ago with the Abu Dhabi cameraman also seeming to lose control momentarily over his camera as some kind of explosion or sniper fire hit their position as well. So this section of Baghdad, it's safe to say tonight, is not a secure place to be in, and yet by contrast, just a mile away on the other side of the river, Chris Yumpelt and the other reporters in the Palestine Hotel are surrounded by relative tranquility in that section of the city. It's an extraordinary dichotomy, Laurie.
It certainly is, one that you pointed out very well. Simon Marks in Amman, Jordan, thank you very much for the update. We'll be checking back in with you later. I'd like to go now to my panel here in New York, and let me start with Captain David Christian. A couple things. Did anything strike you in that report that Simon gave us, particularly about the targets that had been hit? And also, do you think we're going to see Saddam Hussein on TV tomorrow, or one of his lookalikes, or an old tape of Saddam?
I think, to answer your second question first, yes. That we will see the information ministry, wherever they are operating, release some form of tape or double of Saddam Hussein. He's going to be out there, again, just to short-circuit and confuse the populace in reference to what's happening there. So in reference to what we've seen, I think that Al Jazeera, by putting the sign larger and larger and larger on their building, Al Jazeera is not warmly felt by the coalition. I mean, they've been a cheerleader for the opposition there. So as a result, I wouldn't. It was like putting a big red circle on a target saying, here I am, and sooner or later, they got whacked.
Yeah, even though Simon Marks said they were putting the sign up to tell the coalition forces, don't hit us. But apparently they did.
It was a stray bomb.
Well,
an errand bomb.
That'll be the CENTCOM explanation tomorrow morning.
Well, we can't predict what CENTCOM is going to be reporting, but it really is extraordinary that you have two very different pictures going on the east side of Baghdad and on the west side of Baghdad. Gentlemen, we'll get back to you all in just a second, but now let's go to Brian Wilson in Washington.
You know, a few moments ago, I predicted we'd probably be hearing from our embedded reporter, Greg Kelly, who is in that area. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Kelly is now with us via video phone. Greg, tell us where you are and tell us what the heck is going on down there.
Brian, we are at that presidential palace, the one that was seized yesterday morning, and the fighting continues. We've pretty much seen it more or less nonstop since yesterday. For most of the morning, the 2nd Brigade here has been coordinating close air support, bringing in A-10s and British Harrier jets to take out a number of vehicles that have been seen crossing the Tigris River to this part of the city. A bunch of white vehicles said to be filled with fighters. Unclear whether they are Fedayeen or Republican Guard. Most, though, believe that they are probably not Republican Guard, thinking that Republican Guard units are savvy enough militarily to realize the futility of trying to take on this combat team here. So mostly these paramilitary forces are still coming at us. We hear small arms fire sporadically all over this area. Mortars are being fired just a short distance from me at some high ground, not the too distant, just a few 100 meters away. There's sporadic fighting pretty much everywhere, but for the most part, they feel fairly confident that they are going to retain these major symbolic sites that were taken yesterday, like the palace here, the palace just down the expressway, as well as the Tomb of the Unknown, and the parade ground. And while all this is happening, while they maintain these positions, they are furthering their sphere of influence. They are going out into the city, establishing a presence. Not quite ready to say that they control vast sectors of this city, but there is a presence, and there is hope that just by the sheer presence of American tanks and Bradleys patrolling the city, that will help quicken the demise of the Iraqi regime. Brian?
Greg, we are seeing on Abu Dhabi TV a picture of a U.S. tank on a nearby bridge, apparently not very far from your location. Is it the intention of these forces to cross the Tigris River today? And another explosion just went off between that tank and that camera location. An incredible picture. I'm sorry, this is on tape from earlier, but that tank is on the bridge, and they seem to be preparing to cross the Tigris River. What can you tell us about that? Anything?
Well, we've been hearing and we've been seeing all day these Al-Quds and Fedayeen crossing the Tigris River over those bridges. I told you about those A-10s. They've been taking out vehicles on those bridges. Some tanks clearly have been brought in to help stop the flow over the bridge. Also, we're told, though, that the Marines are operating and do have enemy contact on the other side of the Tigris, and that they have that sector secure. But we haven't heard numbers more than 50 to 100 of these bad guys, if you will. That's how the military generally refers to them, operating in that area. And the situation, for the most part, seems controlled, but they are engaged in thwarting these attackers. Brian?
What is going on at the palace? Have they found anything of interest in that palace behind you, Greg?
There's some curiosity about the palace, but really there's a fight going on. The commanders are engaged in the fight. We looked through the palace yesterday. It was really interesting to be inside of Saddam Hussein's former castle, but not much of an intelligence value is actually found. Colonel Perkins, if you would. Sir, we're hearing Colonel Perkins, ladies and gentlemen, is the 2nd Brigade Combat Team Commander. Tell us a little bit about the enemy contact that's going on right now just down the road here near the Tigris.
Right. What we've had throughout the night, obviously yesterday the brigade came into Baghdad and seized the city, and now we control the center of the city. So throughout the night, they have counterattacked, trying to regain the center of the city. Those counterattacks were repelled and destroyed. What they're attempting to do now is come across the Tigris from the east side, across the bridges, and move into the center of the city again so they can retake the palaces, centers of government, things such as that. What we're doing is we're engaging them both with direct fires, tanks, Bradleys, indirect fire, mortars, artillery, and close air support, both from U.S. Air Force A-10s and British Harriers. At the same time, we're coordinating with the Marines to seal off the other side of the river, so it's really just a matter of time until all routes are sealed, both east and west in the city.
How is the fight going, though? How skilled are these guys? How much of a problem are they giving you and your soldiers?
Well, the U.S. Armored Forces are having a remarkable amount of success with the immense amount of firepower we have here. They obviously know the terrain. They know the buildings to go to. They know some of those things. However, we've been able to pretty well track where they go, figure out where the key nodes are, and control them and destroy them at those points.
People have been asking me, who are these guys? Al-Quds, Fedayeen. It seems like nobody really knows for sure whether they're Republican Guard or not. They don't seem very disciplined or coordinated. Do you agree?
Well, what I think we have now is the center of gravity tends to be the SRG, Special Republican Guards, and then I think what you're getting then are the Fedayeen and death squads mixing in with them, probably coming up with a hasty plan on how to retake some of these key centers. But the command and control and situational awareness that we have as the U.S. Army, I think, is a huge force multiplier for us.
Brian, that situation, it's, again, astounding to be coming to you. We are still here at Saddam Hussein's former palace on the front lawn. Security, a big issue, and they're directing the fight, but also some people are just kind of still poking around Saddam's castle, checking out the inside. It's quite a sight.
Greg Kelly, remarkable reporting once again. I appreciate what you're saying there. If you can hang around or report to us again in a few minutes, we'd appreciate it. I want to bring in my analyst who are here in the Washington studio to help us understand a bit more about what Greg Kelly was talking about. I'll start with you, Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, U.S. Army retired. You got a little sense of what was going on, the commander talking about the strategy, the tactics they're employing here. What do you draw from that?
Well, we anticipated the Special Republican Guard, all these technicals, the paramilitary, Fedayeen and so forth, would be making counterattacks consistently, trying to regain the lost territory. Strategically, they're in a terrible situation. Command and control, obviously, is broken down to very small elements that are just kind of frenetically reacting to our armor. And, of course, our armor, as the brigade commander just pointed out, is incredibly effective against these light trucks. He didn't say anything about T-72s. He didn't say anything about enemy armor, just about our capability. He also mentioned the intelligence or the information control. We have great awareness from above, from unmanned aerial vehicles, from satellites and the like, and on the ground. We can talk to one another. We know where they are, we know where we are, and therefore we have an overbearing capability to dominate the battlefield. Now, it's interesting that they're not showing a great deal of tactical finesse trying to cross a bridge, which we have complete control over. It's suicidal, but of course we've seen this thousands of times so far.
Now I am told reliably that that aircraft we saw in the air that apparently dropped a bomb very close to both that tank and an Abu Dhabi camera position was an F-14 Tomcat flying obviously off one of the carriers in the region. Captain Chuck Nash is at the screenwriter right now. Captain Nash, based on what you heard there from Greg Kelly at his position, do you have any conclusions, any thoughts that you'd like to share with us?
Well, it looks like, as you pointed out earlier, Brian, before any movement takes place, We're bringing in the air power because, as we mentioned 24 hours ago, we are not going to play their game. We're going to use all of our assets. We're going to control the time, control the battlefield in all the dimensions. That's in time, in altitude, and in ground distance. So if they're going to try to send a couple knuckleheads across a bridge, like Bob was saying, that is not very smart, because I venture to say they won't make it halfway across that bridge.
And we have been seeing some remarkable pictures. Perhaps we can throw some of those pictures we saw a few moments ago from Abu Dhabi TV that showed the action on the bridge as the, I guess it was an M1 Bradley tank tried to cross that bridge. The pictures there are really quite amazing. And you'll see here in a moment, that is apparently from a camera. You see that camera fall over. We don't know what that means. We don't know why that happened. But apparently Abu Dhabi and Al Jazeera, that does appear to be an F-14. TV saying that their camera positions have come under attack. Well, it's a very, very difficult battle situation. It's moving in a fluid situation in real time. It's often very difficult to determine at these occasions who is friend and who is foe. And there's that bomb that was dropped literally between the bridge and the camera location, sending up a huge cloud of brown dust in the area. Anytime you see action in the air, it is almost immediately followed by action on the ground. That has been our experience over the past few days. Once again, let's recap what we know. We know that there is a big developing story tonight in a neighborhood not far from where you see these pictures. About 2 o'clock Baghdad time this afternoon, U.S. coalition forces dropped 8,000 pounds of explosives on this location because they had what they felt was pretty good information that Saddam Hussein and leadership may have been in that building. We caution you that we have heard this before. In the opening hours of this campaign, we heard that they got him. They may have got him in a building. They said if he's in that building, he didn't walk out alive. We're hearing the same kinds of words today, but we are getting from our sources, both political and military and intelligence sources. I guess that's 3, not both. All 3 are telling us with increasing confidence they believe they may have gotten him. They are still being a bit cautious, however, because the one thing that would destroy U.S. and coalition credibility at this hour would be if Saddam Hussein pops up on TV somewhere, which is always a possibility. But look at that hole. It's 60 feet deep. It is nothing now but a pile of brick, dust, and rubble. And we also point out that it may be another 50 feet below that. There may be a bunker. There may be a tunnel. But right now on the top, it looks like anybody who was in that building had a very, very bad day. When the other story that is developing is U.S. and coalition forces continue to hold that palace not far from where all these pictures are emanating, on the other side of the Tigris River, that palace right there. It was taken about this time yesterday by Army tanks as they marched in a bold move from the airport right into the center of town. And we are told by our Greg Kelly, as you just heard a few moments ago, that U.S. forces intend to expand the area which they control. That comes at a time when we are seeing U.S. tanks crossing a bridge across the Tigris. We see firing. We see aircraft in the air. There is a lot going on at this time, and we see these pictures from Abu Dhabi TV, where apparently a lot of things on the ground are burning, are smoldering, because they have come under attack. A very fluid situation. Things are changing moment by moment. Stay right here with Fox News. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on. For now, let me throw it back to New York and my colleague, Lori Dew.
All right, Brian, thank you very much as we continue to look at these extraordinary pictures of what's going on live in and around Baghdad. The big question is, if indeed Saddam Hussein did die in this bunker attack, what next? What are the implications, and what does it mean in particular to the Arab world? Well, let's go back to our panel now here in New York, and Mansour Ijaz, I'll start with you. If he is gone, there are so many what-ifs and how this would change the relationship of many things. But let me ask you, from your area of expertise, how would this change the mood on the Arab street and really, in the greater sense, the Arab world?
Well, it's a very important event, much different than, for example, in the bin Laden case, where there was a serious argument that if you martyr him, it creates many more bin Ladens after him somehow or the other. In Saddam Hussein's case, what we're seeing over the past week or so is that as people became more and more convinced that he was finished, that the regime was finished, and that whether we killed him or didn't kill him, he was going to be held to account for everything that he had done wrong, all of a sudden in the mosques in Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar and other places like that, the imams now have changed their tune. Even constituents are standing up and saying to the imams, we will not tolerate you bashing America for what it is that they're doing to try and clean up the mess in this part of the world. Now, Saddam Hussein represents in the minds of many Arabs a sort of a dual personality. If he survived all of this and was able to get through it, then here's our hero, here's the next Gamal Abdel Nasser, and something of that nature.
But if he does survive this,
yeah,
how likely would it be that his own people would end up taking him out, saying, we don't want to put up with this anymore, we're not going to put up with you anymore?
We're far enough down the road now that if he popped up in the wrong place, there's a high probability that something like that would happen. But taking him out, meaning the U.S. taking him out, and doing it in such a dramatic fashion, is a demonstration of what the Arab world understands, which is strength. They do not respect you. They do not understand anything but taking a sledgehammer and hitting them over the head to make them get the point of what it is that we've now done.
But what about this inflaming the Arab world, as some people who are critical of what we're doing over there maintain? They say this could only make it so much worse. It could have a domino effect in Syria, in Iran, etc.
I just don't think that that's going to happen. I don't see that at all for the following reason. We have now demonstrated two things in this war that were vitally critical. It's the first time ever in the history of mankind that a war has been fought in a politically correct manner with military precision. So we've done both things at the same time. We've brought water and food to the people while we were dropping precision bombs on the restaurant in which Saddam Hussein was allegedly eating. And that type of combination is demonstrating to the outside world what we already knew as Americans because we've supported this for so long. Now everybody else is getting to see that.
Captain Christian, let me ask you this. If indeed he is gone, who surrenders to us now? What happens next, and who's left?
Well,
if we got the main guys in the bunker, if we got Saddam, his sons, and the dirty dozen and more, what's left?
Laurie, who surrendered to us in Afghanistan, and all of a sudden there becomes a void there, and in the void we have to fill in this void, or this vacuum has to be filled in with leadership, and we start bringing in. We have to make certain that the skirmishes up north with the 173rd Airborne and fighting for Model and everything else, all those things are, were brought into play here. The fighting out in the west with the 75th Infantry as they're coming forth, the 82nd, 101st, we have to get all our people together. And then we already have appointed someone who is going to be kind of the minister of reconstruction and rebuilding bridges and telecommunications and all the things that are necessary. And that's what happens next. And then we start bringing people to the table that have a respected constituency, as Mansour is pointing out, and they start establishing why they should be at the table. They haven't been at the table. So you have the leaders of the Kurds, you have the leaders of the Shiite Muslims, you have the leaders of the Sunni Muslims, all these different people, and there are other minorities there within Iraq that haven't been to the table for a number of years. And that's what happens now. We have to put the leadership vacuum has to be filled. And the military vacuum, we did a great job with.
If we didn't get him tonight, then what?
Well, if we didn't get him tonight...
We'll get him at some point?
No, we didn't get, and we didn't know about getting Hitler. We didn't know about getting a number of people. In many, many wars, the top guy, he exited stage left. I mean, I don't know how many times Napoleon did his exile, forced exile, he was gone, and people would bring these people back. So one of the worries about a forced exile is that oftentimes these people do reemerge. So I think they wouldn't have this much information going out. I'll be candid with you. The NSA and the CIA and the Pentagon would be somewhat stutter-stepping, and they may be calling the bosses of this organization and other organizations saying,
back off.
You guys are going way too far here now, so slow up. So I really do think that there's a good possibility we got him.
All right, well, speaking of the Pentagon, that is where Kelly Wright is standing by at 2:04 a.m. Eastern Time. And Kelly, if you would kind of bring our viewers up to date on exactly what's going on there right now, what's been coming out of the Pentagon, a very busy late night for everybody there.
Well, Laura, you're right. It has been a very busy and late night with all of these breaking details about Saddam Hussein and his two sons, Uday and Qusay. I must tell you that the Pentagon officials here tell Fox News that they were acting, or at least the coalition airstrike was acting upon credible ground evidence and intelligence reports that Saddam Hussein and his two sons actually were involved in some sort of high-level meeting with the Iraqi regime at that particular restaurant or house there at the Al Mansour district. And as a result of that, the airstrike was called in. We're looking at video of that now. The intelligence report happened early in the afternoon at 3 p.m. Baghdad time. About an hour after receiving that report, a B-1 strike was called in following the intelligence report. 4 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs were dropped on the target. That's about 8,000 pounds of munitions. It happened in an area at what defense officials say was a house and a restaurant in an upscale residential area of the Al Mansour district. Now, there are intelligence reports that Saddam and his sons Uday and Qusay were planning to leave Baghdad and had been meeting to discuss plans with other Iraqi leaders to determine some sort of strategy to actually get out of town. The bombing took place in broad daylight at 3 p.m. Baghdad time, as I said. That's 7 a.m. Eastern time here in the United States. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld held a 2 p.m. briefing on Monday. At the time of that briefing, he was already aware of the strike, and it's interesting what he had to say during his opening statement.
The regime's leaders are increasingly isolated. The circle is closing, and their options are running out. As his regime collapses around him, the question is asked, where is he? There are three possibilities. He's either dead or injured or not willing to show himself.
Pentagon sources say the area has a huge crater where the bombs hit. Defense officials also say that they will not completely know if Saddam and his sons were killed in this strike until they can sift through the rubble to determine if Saddam and his sons were actually there. And as we look at live video now, if we can go to the live video of what's happening in Baghdad, there is a lot of events taking place, unfolding even as we speak in Baghdad. 2 U.S. Abrams tanks advanced onto a bridge in central Baghdad on Tuesday in full view of Iraqi defenders. And we also understand that, according to defense officials here, this is going on because there's a lot of noise going on in the theater. There is an overarching principle, according to these defense officials here at the Pentagon, to target military targets while avoiding civilian casualties at all costs. And that's why we're seeing the continued ground and air strikes going on right there in the heart of Baghdad as the coalition continues to move in to take down the Iraqi regime. Lori?
All right. Kelly Wright at the Pentagon, thanks very much for the update. We're going to be talking to you a little later. And Brian, let's go back to you in Washington. You know, it really is extraordinary how every night we say the story is changing every 5 minutes, and really and truly it is. It's been an extraordinary night and morning.
Yes, I want to throw a little cold water on the situation, if you don't mind. Maybe just a note of caution, if I could, because there is a story which will appear in tomorrow morning's Washington Post, which should give us all pause, given the events of the last couple of hours. You remember about this time yesterday, maybe a little later in the morning, we reported that British sources were relatively certain they had found the body of Chemical Ali inside a bombed house in Basra. Well, here's what the Washington Post is going to report tomorrow morning. Time and again over the last 18 days, U.S. forces have bombed and raided houses where they thought he was staying, only to turn up empty-handed. Yesterday morning, British officers said they found Majid's body. However, by this evening, British forces said they believe Majid, Chemical Ali, might have survived the attack. Quoting a source there, Colonel Larry Brown, the operations chief for Marines in Iraq, quote, "The guy has been like Freddy Krueger. We've killed him 5 times already." Why is that important? Because as we have been reporting tonight, there was an attack around 2 o'clock Baghdad time on a building in an urban area. 8,000 pounds of bombs dropped on this location you're looking at now, turning what was apparently some type of restaurant into a pile of rubble in a 60-foot hole. Now, we are hearing from our sources that they believe The reason they dropped 8,000 pounds of bomb on that location is that Saddam Hussein and key Iraqi leadership may have been in that building at the time. However, you never believe sometimes the first report. No matter how good the intelligence is, we have heard this before. We certainly don't want to challenge what the beliefs of our sources at this hour, because we are told they are reporting this with increasing confidence. But on the first day of this war, there was a strike, and they thought they got Saddam Hussein. Turned out they didn't. There was a strike in Basra, and they thought they got Chemical Ali. They were relatively certain at this time yesterday that they had him. Now we are being told that, well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. They're just going to have to wait on DNA analysis to know for sure. Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis, U.S. Army retired, your thoughts?
Yeah, Brian, it's interesting as I sit here and watch the battle unfold. It's like being in a tactical operations center where I used to run, and we had that sign, don't believe the first report, and it inevitably turned out to be true. We can't believe everything that we're hearing first. It's interesting, the bombing, those 8,000 pounds of JDAMs that went into that one target, that would have been centrally controlled at the strategic level and not a close air support. So you're not going to come in with JDAMs with those F-14s and the A-10s. You're going to drop them, as we know, from a B-1. So the decision cycle is much longer. Even though they're saying 20 minutes perhaps lead time, they had indicators much earlier. So we need to be very, very careful. This guy has many lives. The people that I know that have known Saddam Hussein say, look, he will have been out of town when he heard the footsteps of American boots in his palaces. They heard those at least a couple days ago. So the reality is, I'm really surprised that we had, quote, clear intelligence, strong intelligence suggesting he was in that building with such a large group of leaders. That just doesn't follow the protocol that he would have followed over the years.
And that said, some have suggested that he may have felt safe because he did not think that the coalition forces would bomb an urban area.
Well, but we've been doing it, Brian, since the first night of this
If we felt there was a good target there.
If we felt there was a good target, and we clearly have close air support in the region.
I want to mention that we've been seeing these pictures being played over from Abu Dhabi TV, where we saw what appeared to be an explosion not far from a camera location. We have been told now that both Abu Dhabi and Al Jazeera TV are reporting. Here's the tape. It says live, but this is a replay. Abu Dhabi and Al Jazeera TV are reporting that 3 missiles hit near their camera locations, and they have lost contact with those cameramen. Let me go to Chuck Nash in the war set. Let me ask you one question, Chuck. You're an old Navy pilot. You know how this game is played. You don't drop 8,000 pounds of bombs on a site inside an urban area, unless you have some confidence that you have a pretty good target there.
Well, given the risk of civilian casualties and our strict line on avoiding collateral damage, dropping 4 tons of ordnance on a point raises that potential level for both civilian casualties and collateral damage. So you probably would not do that, but if they thought they had a sweet target, they're going to go for it. And one thing, if we could jump to the screenwriter, there are a couple things that I would like to point out on this, Brian, because we just received some very good imagery of the area that we've been talking about here. Let me just diagram this. See this wedge-shaped area right here? That's right next to the parade grounds that we've been talking about. Well, we're going to shift right over to the left here, or to the west, and I'll diagram that area again. Here it is, that wedge-shaped area, and this in the red, diagrammed in red, is this Al Mansour neighborhood. Now, this right here next to it is the Grand Mosque. So if you want to take a look at a really tempting target and put it in perspective about the potential for collateral damage, how about having an area that is a high level, evidently, look how dense the housing is in this area.
Chuck, let me interrupt you because once again, Greg Kelly has popped up on our radar screen. I'm going to toss it up to Lori Dew. Lori?
That's right. Let's go to Greg Kelly, where there is plenty of activity going on. He's traveling with the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry. Just a little while ago, we saw Greg standing outside the palace. And Greg, we know that a couple of Abrams tanks are crossing over. Give us the very latest from your vantage point where you are right now.
Well, there's a lot of fighting going on. Obviously, there's a counterattack, they believe. You know, there are a lot of Special Republican Guard and Fedayeen folks who are very upset that we are standing here right now at this palace and another palace just down the Qadisiyah Expressway, as well as those parade grounds. We have these key symbolic points under control, under 2nd Brigade's control and coalition control, and this was part of the intent to send the message that we are here and they're not going to be moving out anytime soon. So this counterattack continues. It's described as 50 to 100 fighters, mostly in white pickup trucks and utility vehicles, coming across the Tigris. Now, A-10 Warthogs from the Air Force were strafing those bridges as some vehicles came across. They were also hitting buildings on this side of the river where those soldiers were apparently entering. 2 of those buildings have been destroyed, but the fighting definitely continues, as well as a lot of questions. The commander here, David Perkins, and other officers are very much interested in those Fox News reports about Saddam Hussein. They have not heard them through official channels of their own. They heard it, well, actually one did hear it from a general, but the general heard it from Fox News. So there are a lot of questions, people trying to piece together what happened yesterday, what airstrike it might have been that actually took out the place where Saddam Hussein just might have been. There's the hope that once the message gets out that if Saddam Hussein is dead, and with the U.S. military and coalition forces now in charge of these key kind of symbolic points, that the regime will collapse and they won't have as much work to do. They were kind of very, very much interested in the political situation right now in Baghdad, where the leaders are, where the information minister is, what is he saying. They really want this regime to start collapsing. They think they've done the legwork, kind of put all the pieces in place for this regime to collapse, but that remains to be seen, and the fighting does continue. Lori?
Hey, Greg, what kind of a counterattack are you seeing? Are you seeing tanks, or are you seeing infantry on feet, or what?
No, the counterattack is, again, those fighters in their utility vehicles, armed with small arms and rocket-propelled grenades. The rocket-propelled grenades, not very effective against tanks, but they've been taking a lot of shots at them. In fact, we lost 4 soldiers yesterday were lost during the fighting. 2 as a result of indirect fire. 2 were hit point blank by rocket-propelled grenades. So the counterattack is basically 50 to 100 fighters that we can see from our perspective in these trucks, kind of running around causing trouble. Not very decisive, not particularly effective, but it is keeping the 2nd Brigade combat team quite busy for now, as well as some assets from the air. Lori?
Yeah, if you could, without giving too much away, do you know what kinds of things you're going to be doing in the next few hours, what you might be targeting? And again, I don't want you to compromise national security here, but what more can you tell us before we let you go?
Well, priority number 1 is taking care of this counterattack, and they've been doing that by several means, with artillery fire, mortar fire, also calling in that close air support, and tanks providing direct fire against these vehicles and their dismounts inside. Apart from that, once that's wrapped up, they tell us that they're going to just expand their operations in the city, expand their presence. Not necessarily taking control of neighborhoods, but sealing access to certain neighborhoods sealing access to certain neighborhoods and providing that American presence, hoping that the shock of a M1 tank in a neighborhood will help this regime collapse. I want to point out one more thing, Lori. There have been 4 soldiers from the 2nd Brigade combat team lost. There also have been 4 reporters who have died since this fighting started. We came out as a group, 15 of us in one bus, and now 4 of those reporters are gone. And it's a much smaller pool, of course. Reporters, only 15 with the 2nd Brigade combat team, 4,000 soldiers. It's just astonishing and heartbreaking that happened, but everyone here is pretty pleased with the progress that has been made so far, speaking for the commanders. Lori?
Certainly was such horrible news yesterday, particularly about David Bloom. And Greg, I know you've probably had some chance to reflect on that. You probably got to know him pretty well. I imagine that the response there has been one of shock and sadness.
Absolutely, shock and sadness. He was very well liked, both by his peers, admired and respected as a reporter, and the soldiers here liked him a lot. He had a great sense of humor. I did not know him well. I met him a few times. He was a very funny guy, a very nice, warm person, and it was just devastating, just crushing and shocking news when we found out Also, Michael Kelly, another reporter from the Atlantic Monthly, when his Humvee rolled into a canal when they were on their heavy fire. Just shocking news. And just yesterday, as a result of some indirect fire, a reporter from Germany and a reporter from Spain, who were both in a location that we had occupied just a little while earlier. So we're ready for this thing to be wrapped up, and so are the soldiers, but there's still work to do.
You know, I think that your mother and father are probably ready for you to come home too. but Greg Kelly, you've been doing such a great job, and please take care of yourself there. You are right in the heart of it all, right outside the main presidential palace there in Baghdad. Thanks a lot, and we'll talk to you just as soon as you call us back. Thank you, Greg Kelly. So, Brian, there he is, right there, right in the thick of all of it, risking a whole lot, and obviously he's been doing a great job for us. But right there near where he stands, we can tell you that those 2 Abrams tanks have rolled across the bridge, crossing the river there, right in full view of Iraqi defenders, and there is somewhat of a counterattack going on, but I'm sure it will be under control soon.
I have a feeling that we will not hear the Baghdad information minister get on the air tonight and say the things he said yesterday. And let me just echo my sentiments about the tremendous job Greg Kelly has been doing. He's putting his life on the line. His cameraman, Mal James, also putting his life on the line to bring you those wonderful images and reporting directly from the heart of Baghdad that you are going to see only here on Fox News. I want to bring up one other point. We are at this time of the morning start to scan what's going to be on the papers tomorrow morning, and of course the big story has been this attack on that building in which they say maybe there was Iraqi leadership, maybe Saddam Hussein. I want to characterize some or take some quotes from what the New York Times is going to report in tomorrow morning's edition. They say it is unclear tonight who was inside at the time or whether anyone was wounded or killed. Quote, "We did receive credible intelligence of a senior leadership meeting of the Iraqi regime, a United States official." You have to read through the kind of the cracks in these reports, folks, sometimes when you're a journalist. That's not very specific attribution. A United States official in Washington said this evening, the meeting was struck by a coalition forces around, they say 3 p.m. Baghdad time. We've heard 2 p.m. The official cautioned, quote, "We don't know if Saddam was there or who was there." Source goes on to say, "We just absolutely cannot confirm tonight that he is dead." And our sources with the Joint Chiefs have said to us, it may take about 3 days for us to find out. One would surmise that it would take time for them to go to that scene, secure the scene so they can do this, and go through the rubble to see if they can find the remains of those who were in that building. Now, we have had sources suggesting that they had a great deal of confidence this was an important target, and of course it goes without saying that you don't drop 8,000 pounds worth of explosive on an urban area unless you have some indication that what's going on in that building is pretty important and the target environment is what they say, as they say, very rich. That apparently was the case. A B-1 bomb.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Story. It could be big news. It's just very hard for us at this hour to know more about that. Simon Marks is in Amman, Jordan. He's been monitoring what's been going on Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi TV. Simon, what have you been seeing there?
Well, Brian, let me bring you up to date. We have just heard Al Jazeera announce that one of its correspondents in Baghdad was killed a short while ago in that missile attack that we saw live being transmitted by Abu Dhabi television. The Abu Dhabi TV offices and the Al Jazeera offices are very close by one another. They're very close to the Ministry of Information. Initially, it wasn't clear whether they were being targeted or simply caught in some kind of crossfire, but it seems increasingly likely that they were in fact being targeted because Al Jazeera is now reporting 3 separate separate missile strikes on its offices on the western banks of the Tigris River. They say that the position from which they were broadcasting live when that missile attack occurred now resembles a battlefield, and they have just announced on air that one of their correspondents in Baghdad died in hospital shortly after that strike. Now, it is possible that this was a targeted strike against Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi television in a bid by U.S. forces to prevent them from continuing to broadcast some of those very dramatic scenes that we were witnessing earlier of tanks crossing the Tigris River, trying to head east from the west of Baghdad, trying to advance and expand their positions in the Iraqi capital, because those images were being transmitted not only live on the Fox News channel, but live around this part of the world by Abu Dhabi television, by Al Jazeera, and they are images that do not play well on the Arab street down there behind me, where people resent the notion that the United States is engaged in what they see from the perspective of this part of the world as a war of aggression aimed at enslaving, not liberating the Iraqi people. So it is possible that this was a deliberate attempt by the United States to prevent those images from continuing to be transmitted. Whether it was deliberate or not, we have lost access, and Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi television have lost access to those live positions. They are still broadcasting live from the Palestine Hotel. Now, shortly before those camera positions went dead, as it were, went off the air, some of the last images that we saw seemed to be showing smoke coming from buildings on the eastern side of Baghdad. Now, we don't know at this point whether those US Bradleys succeeded in crossing into the east of the city, or whether they're still on that bridge, the southernmost bridge of 6 bridges that cross the Tigris River in the center of Baghdad. It seemed to us that what we were witnessing was the start of an attempt by the US military to expand their positions from the west of Baghdad, where they are occupying the presidential palace from which Greg Kelly and Mal James have been reporting, moving into the Ministry of Information, the Al Rashid Hotel, the offices occupied by Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister. Seemed to us they wanted to try and expand the territory that they were holding and move into the east of Baghdad. It would be an important move, because at the Palestine Hotel in the east of Baghdad, that's where the information minister pops up on a daily basis. I know, Brian, you were saying you think it's unlikely we'll hear from him later today. I thought it was unlikely we'd hear from him yesterday, and up he popped. It's obviously going to be much harder for him to get to the Palestine Hotel today if those tanks are crossing east. Brian?
Simon, thank you very much, Ramon Jordan. I'm going to ask my director. The anchor is going to call an audible, so bear with me. Drop the lower third. I want you to pull up those pictures that we just saw a moment ago of that scene where just before the camera falls over on its side, because there's something there that I think a lot of people are missing, and I want to show you what that is. So pull up that tape. I know I'm asking. Watch this picture. In the next few minutes, look in the lower part of your screen. See that smoke? See those shells coming up? This camera is behind a machine gun position. So when you say that they may have been trying to prevent the pictures coming, it sounds like to me this camera was directly behind an enemy machine gun position, and therefore may have just gotten in the way of what was going on there. I mean, clearly, we don't know. We're not there. But it's hard for us to draw any other conclusion except that that camera was in harm's way and may have gotten caught in the crossfire. There the shells come up again. There you see another explosion. Then the camera falls over on its side. Now, we regret, of course, that there may have been the loss of life here, but this is a war zone, and these camera people who go into a war zone understand that there is a risk to be taken any time. Now, notice again, as the tape continues to play out, there is another incident that occurs just a short time. We see a picture of that bridge, and we see a tank on the bridge. There again, the machine gun apparently firing just below the vision of this camera. And then the camera falls over. And then we see a picture of an aircraft coming in. In a moment, it shifts back to another scene. You see that bridge, you see that tank, you know there's a plane in the air, and then any moment now, there is a massive explosion. Watch it. Any second now, here it comes. A big explosion. There it is, the F-14 in the air, and now an explosion. Now, it would seem to me that U.S. forces on the ground, at least in the initial bluffs, were going after what appeared to be an enemy machine gun position. It is hard for us to draw a perfect conclusion, but before we draw any conclusion, let's point out the possibility that, in fact, this cameraman happened to be right behind an enemy position. And when you're behind an enemy position, unfortunately, you can get hurt. We regret, of course, that we have lost even a member of our journalistic corps from Al Jazeera, but it is a tough, tough environment, and this man knew full well the risk he was taking. Let me throw it back up to Lori Dew for a moment, Lori, and let you carry it for a while.
All right, that sounds great, Brian. Thank you very much, because as you were talking about that and showing the video, I have my panel here in New York that was watching it and would like to weigh in on it as well. Captain David Christian, what Brian was saying just a minute ago, you've got what could be, the camera behind what could be an enemy position, and yet it appeared to all of us that the camera was still rolling even after this attack, whatever it was. I know you're just seeing this for the first time or looking at it again for the first time, but what do you make of it?
When I witnessed it the first time Brian aired it, I saw the explosions. I knew that they were bullets, and it's either bullets going in or bullets coming out. There were concussions that they were rocking.
There it is again.
And however, at the end of the whole scene, after the explosion, it seemed like they laid the camera down when the plane came by, and so after the F-14 went by, there was an explosion. But then the camera went back up. So what it shows to me that on both sides, cameramen are embedded. And the cameramen risk their lives. This cameraman evidently is still alive, because here he is at the end of the scene. He's back up again after the big explosion, and he's showing the bridge scene again.
Well, it might have been someone else. We just don't know yet.
Well, that's true.
But again, it is important to point out that this is a very dangerous environment.
You know, what I would like to you know, maybe inquire with all of our panel, you know, Bob, Brian, yourself, everybody, where are the M1 tanks that were coming from the west? As was established, we're bringing a couple M1 tanks from the west. We're going to bring in the east into the battle, because there's two different wars there we're looking. The Tigris is separating two different wars. People are going to coffee shops on the one side. On the other side, the people are immersed in war, and immersed in war, rather.
And as we were talking a minute ago, we know that we're going to be going from the west to the east. As we look at a background there of the Abrams, we know that these two Abrams tanks are crossing. They're going from the area that has seen all the action into the quiet, more upscale area where the people are out at coffee shops just going about their daily lives. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see.
It reminds me historically,
the transition. What does this bring to mind to you?
The old days of warfare, people used to go and they used to sit beside the battlefields from the Civil War and many, many wars throughout Europe. People would take a picnic basket and they would watch people fight on each side. So it seems like the people in the East are bringing this historic concept of sitting at the coffee shop and watching the war in the West. But yet, these JDAMs, these 4 JDAMs, fell in the elite neighborhood, and it seems like Saddam has used this elite neighborhood as kind of his command and control area. So this elite neighborhood is now in the war. It's going to be immersed in the war.
Well, and Mansour, speaking of that elite neighborhood, I know that you know a little bit about the history of the problems that Saddam Hussein's own family has dealt with in this particular neighborhood, which happens to be your name, Mansour.
I had nothing to do with that.
I think the spelling is different, but just kind of an ironic thing.
It's a common Arabic name, but actually Simon Marks laid this out very importantly and clearly in an earlier commentary in one of the earlier hours, and I think it's worth recounting just for a minute for the audience that's watching right now. And that is that after the first assassination attempt against President Bush the Elder, when we retaliated against them, the El Mansour district was where, in fact, the cruise missiles hit. Then, at the same time, a few years later, that was the neighborhood in which Saddam's older son was actually maimed to some extent, Uday. And then now we have this particular, incident tonight. And what that demonstrates is that this was an area of Baghdad in which the families and the people that belonged to the upper echelons of the Ba'athist party all congregated, had their meals, had their gatherings, their families lived there and so forth. And that was a place in which it was common for these guys to come together. And so when we heard the rumors about Saddam hanging around in the private neighborhoods of Baghdad instead of living in his palaces on a given night, that makes it very clear that this is a realistic possibility, that our intelligence was dead on tonight. And I think that, you know, I know we've got to do a certain amount of discounting to ensure that, you know, we leave ourselves that open door in case we're wrong. But I got to tell you something. You don't drop 8,000 pounds of bombs on or ordnance, as they call them, in a situation like that if you don't have very good first-hand intelligence in this case.
And, Captain, we were talking earlier, 8,000 pounds of ordnance is a lot, to say the least.
It's a tremendous amount. And even, you know, they were in a restaurant. They were in something that was not a bunker. I mean, I've heard talking heads on television say that, you know, people could be in 24 feet of concrete. I've taken some concrete engineering courses. You have to have a nuclear weapon if you're in 24 feet of concrete. There's no way we could drop, even these 8,000 pounds would not go through 24 feet of concrete if it was a reinforced concrete bunker. This was a restaurant in an area that our intelligence established. It happened to be laser guided. We happened to be on there, and I think if he happened to be in there with 8,000 pounds, we were criticized in the beginning for not dropping more bombs. Right. And the target of opportunity, the first time we started the war, we jump-started the war a day ahead of time because we had a target of opportunity. Well, this time, the people in the Pentagon, the people in CENTCOM, all the officials in the coalition are saying, okay, you know, maybe we dropped two, you know, 4,000-pound bombs, or two 2,000-pound bombs, rather. So we're going to come in and we're going to make sure this is done right.
Guys, I'm hearing in my ear that we need to go to Rick Leventhal, who we're always happy to hear from, who we haven't heard from. Well, I haven't talked to him in a couple of days. Let's go to Rick Leventhal, who is traveling with the 1st Marine 3rd LAR. And hi, Rick, what you got for us?
Well, Lori, we're roughly 10 miles outside of Baghdad. Baghdad is west of us. We've been with the 3rd LAR for about 3 weeks now. Right now, we're in an area that was the scene of some pretty fierce fighting. You can see a couple of Iraqi BMPs behind me. These are armored personnel carriers that were destroyed here, and there are a lot of other Iraqi assets in the area that were pretty much blown to bits. That green highway sign you see down there in Arabic, that's pointing to Baghdad, and the Marine vehicles you see rolling past it are, in fact, on their way to the capital city. The 1st, the 5th, and the 7th regiments are all either in Baghdad or on their way to Baghdad, and we will be going with them very soon. We've heard a lot of artillery firing behind us. The artillery here can reach the capital city. We don't know what they're targeting, but in just the last 2 minutes or so, they fired at least a dozen rounds. I was just over at the command post for Marine Division headquarters and spoke with General James Mattis, who's in charge of the 1st Marine Division, and he's pretty upbeat. He seems pleased with the way things are going. He says he's very proud of his Marines, and he's also pretty surprised at all the support they've been getting from the Iraqi people. He says that if George Bush were to run for office here, he thinks he might actually win. A lot of the locals saying George Bush with thumbs up and Saddam with thumbs down. So the general's doing well, and he's happy with the way things are going. And again, we've got a lot of Marine assets passing us on their way to Baghdad as the fight continues. Lori?
Rick, I got to tell you, I missed the first part of your report and telling us exactly where you are right now. I don't want to get you into any trouble, but just give us a sense of where you are when we're looking at the map of Baghdad, the overhead map, and we see the river snaking through it. If you could just kind of give us a better sense of where you are.
Well, we're sort of on the outer fringe, on the eastern side of Baghdad, a little over 10 miles outside of town. There are a lot of Marine assets built up in this vicinity, and a lot of those assets are now moving towards the city. A lot of them are already in the city, and that the river crossings continue. The effort continues to end this war as quickly and as safely as possible. The Marines that we're with, the 3rd LAR, has been tasked with providing security out here in this vicinity with eradicating any Iraqi fighters that may be left, and certainly destroying any of their tanks and anti-aircraft weapons and other gear that they have in this area. They've been doing that. They've also been watching the highways here in case some Ba'ath Party officials try to flee town. They're hoping to catch some of those guys when they leave. It won't be easy to figure out who they are, distinguish them from civilians, but they're looking for them. They have a list of names, and they're also looking for anyone who might be carrying weapons to try and stop them and see if they're armed, why. Obviously, everyone's on guard here. They're worried about possible retaliation from any hostile forces that may be left in the area, and again, Marines on the move. Lori?
Rick, you mentioned a moment ago that you guys are monitoring the highways there for Ba'ath Party members who are trying to flee. Are all roads in that area secure, meaning have they been closed off so people can't leave?
Well, there are roadblocks set up on most of the major roads, and the Marines are not stopping every vehicle, but they are stopping some vehicles. Some of the secondary roads are also being guarded and watched. I wouldn't say that everything's been shut down, but certainly there are a lot of eyes out here, and they're looking very carefully at anyone who comes close to Marine positions, anyone who passes Marine positions. They're trying to ensure that they remain safe, the Marines remain safe, because we've seen a lot of suicide attacks. They want to make sure that the vehicles that approach positions are not armed, the people inside aren't armed, and that the vehicles aren't packed with explosives. They're doing that, and again, they're also looking for Ba'ath Party officials and others who might be trying to escape.
Last question for you, Rick, before we let you go. Has there been much resistance that the guys there have seen in the last few hours, or virtually none at all?
Not much resistance in this vicinity. The resistance, as you well know, is pretty heavy in Baghdad, though, and that's why the push is on to get as many Marines there as quickly as possible.
All right, Rick Leventhal, traveling with the 1st Marine, 3rd LAR. As always, it's great to see you. Good to see you looking well out there. Take care of yourself. Thanks a lot, Rick.
Okay.
And I think that we are getting some reports in now that Iraq domestic television has gone off the air in Baghdad. This is according to some Reuters correspondents in the city. This is just crossing over. As you know, Iraqi TV had been targeted often in the last couple of weeks and had continued to go back on the air, but now it looks like the domestic television has now gone off the air as we look at a live picture from Baghdad. Brian Wilson in Washington, have you been able to find out anything more about this?
Well, no, I haven't, except we've been looking at this tape where we saw something at the bottom of the screen, and that was followed by some kind of explosion near the camera site location. Many viewers calling in, look at the bottom of your screen. They're saying that is concrete flying up from incoming bullets, and then one hits the camera, or possibly the cameraman, and it falls over on their side. So it is hard to know where those bullets were coming from, who was firing in this very chaotic environment that was going on. But we report and you decide, and sometimes you decide and tell us that we reported wrong. We're not sure what's going on there, but it is at least possible that what you saw there was incoming bullets hitting the concrete directly in front of that camera position. You see it fly up. Yes. It does appear that is incoming bullets, incoming rounds coming in to that camera location. Still not clear, of course, from whom those were coming. It is a chaotic environment, shots being fired by both sides. You see somebody standing over near a camera on a tripod. It sometimes looked like someone with a machine gun position. Very difficult to know one from the other. We continue to sort that out as time progresses, but we do know Al Jazeera TV says that one of its cameramen was killed on Tuesday in a U.S. air raid on Baghdad, which set ablaze the network's downtown office. This according to the Reuters news service. Let's try to get more on what's going on in the region, checking in with William LaJeunesse, who is in Kuwait City. William, what do you have from that location?
Well, Brian, you know what comes to mind for me is everyone's talking about was Saddam there or not, and it's kind of been publicized and speculated that, you know, he has this impenetrable ring of confidence around him of family members and fellow clan members from Tikrit. You know, back in '96 when there was an assassination attempt against him, a coup attempt against him, in fact, 120 people were executed, including several members of the Special Republican Guard, all Sunni Muslims from Tikrit, as well as Mosul and Baghdad. So this idea that someone wouldn't sell him out is a little unbelievable when you look at the history of this, that not everyone is in his pocket, so to speak, and especially under the conditions that there are now. It's very easy that someone would have, in addition to our signal intelligence, that someone from his, quote, inner circle may have sold him out. One other thing is everyone's speculating about how many people may have been there. If indeed there were some initial reports, as many as 60 people, well, then his government is gone. Whether or not Saddam made it through that or not, whatever command and control, there's no one to give the controls or the commands anymore because they would all be gone. One other point that I thought was worth noting, we do know that in the case of Basra, of course, is how valuable this human intelligence was, because, of course, it was Iraqis themselves who turned on the regime, who gave us the information that allowed the United States to drop 2 precision-guided bombs on the Ba'ath Party headquarters and killed 200 Ba'ath Party members. So it is not inconceivable that people in his inner circle and these so-called 40 companions, I think that's called the Murafiqeen, the companions, those are Saddam's 40 personal bodyguards. We also know he has the Presidential Guard, which handles his driving routes and where he sleeps and eats his food, and you have the Presidential Guard as well. So it's plausible that even that those individuals will know where he was. So as we begin to do the Q&A as to where he was, there may be people who survived who can tell us he was in there, and indeed as we attempt to try to get the forensic evidence. Brian?
Of course, there are several ways we may find out whether Saddam Hussein or key members of the leadership were in that location. One will take several days, and that will take the U.S. or coalition forces grabbing that site, securing it, and beginning to dig through it, much like they did in Basra. And that would take, we are told, about 3 days to go through all the rubble to see if they can find any bodies. That's, I think, an optimistic estimation. We would also know if Saddam Hussein is dead if they should happen to intercept some communications from that area saying so. That is always a possibility. We have incredible technology focused on Baghdad now, sweeping up every single communication on every single frequency. And as they go through and sift through and analyze those broadcasts, those intercepts, they may find out 1 or 2 little tidbits have been captured that give us some telling information. And then, of course, we could find out that he's not dead if he shows up somewhere authoritatively. That has apparently happened in the last few days. After early on thinking that Saddam Hussein had been killed in a target, after debating it for days and days and days, we have some sense of some convincing evidence that he is still alive, or at least he was until earlier today. It's going to be a puzzle that'll take us some time to kind of sift through and find out. Lieutenant Colonel Bob McGinnis is here in the studio. Very quickly, I wanted to go back to this tape that we saw, this disturbing tape of a cameraman apparently being hit. It is not in the best interest of U.S. forces to attack a cameraman from either side.
Not at all. Look at what we've done. We've put embedded reporters with every unit out there. We want the world to see how we're really following the just war principles here. We're protecting innocents, we're going after the bad guys, and we're even giving them a chance to surrender beforehand. So the reality is this does not serve our purpose. It looks like in that video that perhaps the cameraman was sitting behind a machine gun of the enemy, and then perhaps we either went in with close air support or we engaged it with a tank or machine guns of our own. So we don't want, that just does not serve our purpose whatsoever, Brian.
It would never be in the best interest of a military man to knowingly attack a TV cameraman, and that is not U.S. policy on any level.
Not U.S. policy at any level, and
no matter who the cameraman works for.
That's right.
No matter what pictures they're showing. That's the rule, and now inadvertently things do happen.
And this is incredibly valuable for people to be able to watch what's happening in Baghdad. We're not going in there and indiscriminately hurting, Muslim holy sites or civilian areas. We're going precisely after the regime and only where we believe that the regime leaders are. So, you know, we're going to leave an infrastructure there that the people can live with, and then we'll rebuild and help the Iraqi people to recover from this terrible war.
All right, as we continue to look at a picture of downtown Baghdad, which at times looks serene, at times it looks like the most violent place you could possibly find on the planet. I'll toss it back up to Lori Dew in New York.
All right, Brian, kind of following up on when we're talking about just the dangers of being an embedded reporter on both sides, whether it's Arab or on the coalition side. Al Jazeera television is reporting that one of its reporters, Tariq Ayoub, is dead after an attack on the building, which apparently is near where the Abu Dhabi TV station was broadcasting from, and that is the video that Brian Wilson has been bringing to our attention in the last few minutes. I'm going to read from the wires here. Reuters is reporting that Al Jazeera says one of its cameramen was killed. It was a cameraman and a correspondent. The same person was killed this morning during the U.S. missile strike at our Baghdad office. The network, which we should remind everybody is the most watched in the Arab world, had earlier reported that this man was seriously wounded. Now they are saying that he has been killed. Of course, we have no independent confirmation from that, But let me bring in my panel here in New York to just comment on that and sort of the bigger implications. You know, the bottom line is, Captain Christian, that this is very dangerous on no matter who you're working for, on any side.
Oh, absolutely. Information is a critical thing. We want to get the information out there. We've criticized Al Jazeera, but their guys are taking as much a chance as our guys are taking out there. When I saw the tape, I was looking at it. I thought it was incoming, and as Brian was reviewing it, and so it's hard to tell. He was thinking it was a camera behind a machine gun there. And that may be, we may have seen the person who was killed. Because as you notice in that tape, the camera went down, and then there was an explosion, and then as you indicated, the camera may have been put up by a colleague, placed back up. So that may have been the actual moment that someone may have been killed.
Mansour, we don't know exactly what happened yet. We know what Al Jazeera is reporting. We have not been able to independently confirm that.
Yeah.
How harmful could this be if indeed this person was killed, or at least there's the claim that he is dead?
Well, first of all, it is very clear that Al Jazeera has an editorial slant in the way that they've
That's what I'm saying. What about the possibility of them spinning this, saying
they will.
The U.S. intentionally killed one of our reporters because they don't like us?
No and ifs or buts about it that they'll try to do that, and that is, in fact, the most dangerous aspect of trying to find a way to inflame the Arab street, what Al Jazeera has done. And that is precisely why, if Iraqi TV is now off the air, and as Captain Christian said to us earlier when we were in the break, we've got our own capability aircraft that are running around in the skies above Baghdad that have the capacity to put on the air immediately a version of what we want the people, the residents of Baghdad and other people in Iraq to know. Now is the time to do it, to ensure that everybody knows what's going on, the reality of it, the truth of it, and not this distorted, painted picture that only presents one side of the equation.
Captain, what about that possibility that, that the United States gets this thing up and running on their own and getting these, you know, the real story out there as soon as possible?
It's a bird. It's a C-130, and it's out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And the Secretary of the Air Force and the former Secretary of the Air Force have mentioned that we have this capability, and we're actually up now, right now, as we're speaking, this bird's in the sky, and it's doing TV, AM, and FM broadcasts.
All right, thanks very much. We want to go back to Greg Kelly, who is in Baghdad outside the main presidential palace, traveling with the U.S. Army 3rd Infantry, where there is a whole lot of action going on right now. Greg, what's going on? Please tell us.
Well, that counterattack we were talking about is pretty much contained. About 100 fighters coming over from the other side of the Tigris River, but the fighting continues. Actually, we're watching an armored vehicle. They're about to launch a mortar barrage. They've been doing this all morning long. You've probably seen mortars from movies. They're small artillery tubes. You drop the round into the top, and when it hits the bottom, it's ignited. It can go a few thousand meters. Awfully loud noise, but overall, commanders here confident that they have quelled at least this morning's unrest, and they still hold on to these key symbolic positions. The one we're coming to you from right now is the one of the main presidential palaces. Another battalion has the another presidential palace just a short distance from here, and as well as those parade grounds and the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and they are continuing to patrol this city, deeper into the city, showing U.S. and coalition presence here. They're hoping, and they have been hoping all along, that just the presence of M1 tanks rolling through downtown Baghdad would help kind of shock the regime into its own destruction. And in some sense, there's almost a wait-and-see game going on right now. We're here, we continue to fight, but they're also kind of saying, okay, what's going to happen now? We've done this part. We've taken these symbolic positions. Will the Iraqi regime collapse? They're hopeful that it will. They are prepared to escalate this if they have to, but right now they think they have the pieces in place to watch the regime destroy itself. Lori?
Hey, all right, Greg Kelly reporting for us there, right there, right outside the main presidential palace. And Greg, thanks a lot for that update.
Lori, can I jump in for a question with Greg?
Please do.
Greg, you said earlier that you were intending to expand the area that you control. In a moment, we're going to look at the map and look at the area that you control now. But how is that going? What are the goals that you could talk about?
The goal, it's funny, some commanders talk about control, other commanders talk about presence. Check this out, Brian. Brian, this is a mortar barrage. They're targeting an Iraqi bunker that to see us and see other forces around here. These mortars, I can't tell how well you can hear them back home, but they are incredibly loud. And this is incredibly dangerous what they're doing. It's one of the most dangerous activities actually in the military, the job of a mortarman. And one more is about to go down. They've been doing this all morning and last night, as well as a lot of small arms fire. There's a firefight just behind the palace. The situation seems secure. At the same time, it doesn't seem secure. We hear all of this firing all the time, but commanders are pretty confident that they have this position locked down. Close air support continues to provide a helping hand. And as far as control and presence, a little bit of both. And they are, what they tell us, they are expanding into other neighborhoods on this side of the Tigris River. The Marines are on the east side of the Tigris, where Saddam City, a mostly Shia population there. They're also hoping that the Marines will contain some of these fighters who have been coming over from the other side of the river and giving 2nd Brigade Combat Team a bit of a headache. Brian?
All right, Greg Kelly is reporting from the Presidential Palace grounds, which are now held by U.S. forces. It was about 24 hours ago that we saw our first report from Greg Kelly at this location. We are told by Greg Kelly that the forces are going to try to expand the areas that they control. This area not very far from some very key buildings, the Defense Ministry, the Information Ministry, a number of key buildings, government installations are right in this very area, so it is a very crucial part of a piece of turf to try to hold. There you see the Presidential Palace from satellite photos taken on November 3rd of 2002 and more recently on the 27th of March of this year. Greg Kelly bringing us tremendous pictures from the location there. Let me turn to Captain Chuck Nash, who's in the war room. We've kind of neglected you tonight, Chuck. I'm sorry about that. Let's talk about that area.
That's okay, Brian.
Let's talk about that area where Greg Kelly is and all of the important buildings that are not far away.
Okay, let's jump right to the screenwriter so we can get this done with pictures, because we're learning more and more as the wires come in, Brian. Where some of this fire has been occurring are on the Jumeirah Bridge, which is this one right here, and the Sinak Bridge, S-I-N-A-K Bridge, which is this one right here. Now, the reason why these two are important is that really helps us define where this area of interest is going to be tomorrow for them. At least it appears that what's happening is the areas where we believe that Greg Kelly is reporting from is this presidential palace right here called the New Palace. The parade area just up to the north of that is right here with the monument, and right near that is the Al Rashid Hotel, and then all throughout this area are government ministries, military headquarters, and presidential palaces. So you can see that this move out this way, and they probably have come around or come up this way, and they're crossing over the Al Jumeirah Bridge and the Sinai Bridge to come down to this area, which is where the Palestine Meridian Hotel is, and that's where we have been seeing these reports in the information minister, Baghdad Bob or whatever we're calling him, that's where he's been reporting, saying that the Americans are nowhere in sight. The other thing is this, the conversation, if I could, Brian, of the concrete chips flying up. When I saw it, I first thought that was incoming fire too, and the first thing that I thought of was that it was counter sniper fire. And the reason is if you look at that bridge and you see those chips coming up, it appears when you go looking for a sniper, one of the things that you look for is the scope on the rifle. And there is technology where you can look around and if it sees what it's looking for example, an infrared scope, if you've got infrared, you can detect infrared. And when you start looking for snipers, you don't look for people, you look for their equipment.
All right, Chuck Nash, thank you very much. I think it's going to take us some time to sort out what we saw there. And remember, the pictures that you saw there were on Abu Dhabi TV, and it's Al Jazeera, which is reporting the dead cameraman. Look, you talk about the fog of war. We're trying to sort
casualties or say how long it would be or take to determine if Saddam and his sons were in that building at the time. There are intelligence reports that Saddam and his sons Uday and Qusay were planning to leave Baghdad and had been meeting to discuss plans on how to get out of town. During an afternoon briefing on Monday, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, apparently aware of the strike, made the following observations of the Iraqi regime.
The regime's leaders are increasingly isolated. The circle is closing, and their options are running out. As his regime collapses around him, the question is asked, where is he? There are three possibilities. He's either dead, or injured, or not willing to show himself.
And defense officials say it may take 3 days to actually sift through the rubble to determine if Saddam Hussein and his sons were actually there. But getting back to the situation of the reporters being struck by fire, CENTCOM says battle damage assessment of the incident is still ongoing. Defense officials also say coalition forces again target only legitimate military targets and go to great lengths to minimize civilian casualties and damage to civilian facilities. So the latest word from here is that there is a confirmation that a sniper was operating in that area.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We're going to go now to Greg Kelly, we understand, who we've got up live from Baghdad. Greg, what can you tell us?
Read us some more information on the situation over there at the Palestine Hotel. Some tanks from the 2nd Brigade were operating in that area. They were receiving both direct and indirect fire from the vicinity of the hotel, and some tank operators thought that RPG fire was coming from the top of the hotel itself. Now, with spotters, they were able to see some people on the top of the building. It looked to the tank operators as though they had binoculars, and that meant that it was Iraqis directing fire on them, and they also thought that they saw RPGs. One tank hit the hotel towards the top, aiming at the observation deck with one round, and that is what apparently wounded these journalists. Now, there is some confusion right now as to whether or not they were receiving direct fire from the top of the hotel. There is some concern that what looked like someone with an RPG at the top could have been a cameraman, and what could have looked like a spotter with binoculars could have been a reporter trying to get a sense of the battlefield. But for now, that situation is under investigation, but it was a U.S. tank that fired upon the Palestinian hotel. A couple of other things. The Palestine Hotel is on a list of prohibited targets. It is not supposed to be targeted. This list is generally used by coalition air forces. They check the list before launching or planning any kind of a strike. Generally, the list is not referred to at the ground level. When a tank is under fire, it is basically authorized to return fire, whatever it is that is sending that harm their way. Also, they are allowed to take out any kind of observation post. It sounds like they thought those fires were being directed from the top of the Palestine Hotel. They did not know it was the Palestine Hotel, but they thought that's where the fires were being coordinated from, and it could be that is where the fires were being coordinated from. Like the previous reporter said, overall they go out of their way to minimize civilian casualties. In this case, it looks like there were some civilian casualties as a result of American fire, but basically they're telling us that within the rules of engagement, this does not violate the ROE as best as they can tell. The situation is still under investigation, though. Rita?
All right, Greg, it's Greg Jarrett. Thanks very much for that. I do have a question for you, but I have to warn you, we may go to a news conference very quickly in Germany where the family of Rebecca Lynch is going to be speaking very, very shortly. Jessica Lynch, excuse me. Greg Lynch, the father, and Greg Lynch Jr. will be speaking. But in the meantime, while we wait for them, tell us where you are and what the 2nd Brigade that you're with has been doing.
We are at one of Saddam Hussein's main palaces in Baghdad. Right now, there are 2 palaces in Baghdad that the 2nd Brigade combat team controls. We've been here since yesterday. Also, the 2nd Brigade combat team controls the parade ground, also the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and some other points of interest. For the better part of the morning, they've been repelling a counterattack.
All right, Greg, I was afraid we were going to have to interrupt you. I apologize. Let's go now to the medical center, and this is the family of Jessica Lynch, the father.
You said to your daughter, and your daughter said to you when you walked into her hospital room?
We said, "Hi, baby. How you doing?" And she said, "Fine."
Leah Ortiz, American Forces Network. Sir, can you explain to me what kind of support the government has given you since this ordeal began?
The government has gave all kinds of support to us. We just couldn't be more proud than what they are doing for us right now.
Right here, please.
Has your daughter been able to tell you much about her experiences in Iraq? Have you talked to her about that?
No, sir. We're just kind of letting her take her time at this, and that.
Right here.
Excuse me, Dawn Angela with NBC News. Mr. and Mrs. Lynch, her injuries, are they what you expected when you saw her? What kind of spirits was she in? Physically, how did she appear to you as a mom and a dad finally seeing her?
Her spirits was real high, and we was really glad to see her condition because we was kind of figuring a lot worse, but it worked out real good for us.
Mom, Dee, can you talk about that?
The same. She looks real good, real cheerful. So it was better than I expected, yes.
Right here.
Mr. and Mrs. Lynch, Claire Shipman with ABC News. When we last talked at your home in West Virginia, you all talked a lot about your faith and her faith. Have you talked to her about how much that might have helped her get through this ordeal?
In a way, yes. When you lose faith and hope, there's not just too much to go on. You got to keep your faith and hope high.
Greg, can you talk about the difference of seeing her and talking with her? I mean, how nice it was to actually. You knew she was okay in here, but then you're actually in the room with her. Can you talk about the difference that made for you and for Deidre?
It really felt good once we seen her and seen the spirit she was in. We knew then she was going to be all right.
Is she talking to you about wanting to go home? Does she say anything about wanting to go home? And does she know how much the country is paying attention to her? How big, for lack of a better word, celebrity she has become?
Not really. She just wants to go home. But I don't think reality's really hit her yet on, you know, on her.
Mr. Lynch, perhaps this question was asked already and I couldn't hear it over here, but could you tell us what your daughter has told you about her time in captivity and about the rescue? Could you tell us what she's told you, sort of related to you, about what her experience was like during the captivity and in the rescue?
Well, sir, we haven't talked too much on that at this time. We're going to let Jessie have her feelings, so when she's ready to tell us something, she will.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jonathan Garcia. What do you think of all this media attention? How do you feel about this, and what do you think is the principal message you should send to the media and to America right now?
Have an answer.
I'll step up.
Okay.
Sir, the answer to that question would be the media. The reason we're here today is because of the media and the message that we sent out to all the family and support. You know, the media provides a lot for us, and the transportation over here, the media got that out, and it's just great that you all support us the way you have. And you know, any other way, I mean, it could have been worse. The media could have made it more dramatic than what it was, but you guys have turned it around so that the attention is brought towards Jessica and not to us.
Greg Jr.?
Yes.
Yeah, what have you talked to your sister about? Is she aware of what happened to other members of her union?
She is aware that the fate of the other members of the 507th and the POWs, but you know, she's real concerned for them, but you know, she's not in the state where she really wants to talk much about that, and she's more concerned on she's looking out for others and not for herself, and it's kind of a way where you would think that she would be on herself trying to get better, but still she's still concerned about the family members with the others.
Is that typical of her character?
That is very typical of her character, and you know, I'm very surprised that, you know, she's still trying hard to get herself on her feet, but you know, still she's more concerned for others as well.
Right here.
Yes, what can you say about the Iraqi people who helped your daughter? And another question, you look happy today, but your happiness is not only yours, because the story was around in the world and everybody was worried about Jessica. What can you say about to the other parents, not only soldier parents, but parents around, for example, Italian parents that they were so involved in this story?
Man, we just want to say thanks to everybody who took part in the rescue for that, and you know, we still give out our prayers for not only the troops in Iraq but all over the world that are deployed, and it's just great support. You know, that the soldiers are there fighting for a cause that is definitely known to be done, and the soldiers that rescued my sister, you know, they're heroes as well, and she doesn't really think that she's a hero, but she's a hero as well too.
How do you feel about being sent out to Iraq right now?
Sir, I will go, and I will do my job as well as she done hers. But my concern right now is my sister, and if it comes down to orders to go to Iraq, then so be it. The yellow is for hope for the families that still have lost and missing POWs as well.
Greg Jr., Greg, she had talked about had she made the paper back home. Does she have any idea how big this has gotten? Have you guys had a chance to talk about that at all to her?
Kenny, we're just right now we're just kind of bringing her in slowly. She doesn't realize how big this has become, and she's not into where she's reading a lot of magazines and watching news. That kind of got her isolated from that, and you know, we're kind of slowly bringing her up to what she needs to be, and we just don't want to bring it in too fast for her.
We understand that a friend of hers flew over with her from the Gulf and has been with her. Can you tell us anything about the friend? Was it somebody from basic training, and has that friend helped and supported her?
Ma'am, I really don't know a lot about her friend. I just met her, and I really don't want to release her name right now. But she is a great person, and she's been by her side 24/7, and it's just phenomenal support from her and her unit.
Magazine. What's it like inside the room when you're visiting? What's the back and forth like?
It's real good. It's good just to see her, and it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to see her, whether we're coming and going or spending a minute or two or an hour or two. It's just great.
Excuse me, Greg.
Yes.
Describe that moment when you all walked into her hospital room. I know there were smiles. There had to be tears as well.
There was tears. That was the, I had shed a few tears before, but that really, it hit me hard when I walked in that room, and it hit the whole family, and it was just good to see her face and the condition that she was in good shape, and the doctors there are wonderful, and the hospital and the community here is just great support for everybody, and it hit the family hard, but we're doing good just to see her now. A lot better than the conversations on the phone.
Has she talked to you all about what she wants to do once she's well? Does she know about all these scholarships, and does she any of that?
As I told Kenny there, that we're trying to bring her up slowly right now. We're not really mentioning anything that they're offering, or she's just more concerned of others right now, and she's wanting to get on her feet, and that's what we want to see her. We want to see her get back to normal, and when she's ready for all that, I'm sure she'll pick up a paper and read it herself.
Does she seem like the same sister you last saw?
Definitely. She's definitely the same person. She's just a little tired now and trying to get better.
What is it about your sister's character that will let her pull through this?
She's very strong in the head, and she's very determined and has a set way of life, and she sees it that she needs to get better for not only herself but for others around her, to show the world, and that they supported her. Now she needs to support them.
There was something about the extent of her injuries when they were gunshots in Iraq. Did that bother you?
It troubled the family a lot because we were so uncertain, and we were lost in the loophole of information, getting it back and forth. But information like that right now, just seeing her and knowing the condition that we see her in is more important than what the stories and the rumors were told before.
Yeah, can you tell us what day was the meeting that you just described, the first meeting where the tears were shed? What day was that meeting, and where did that take place? Where exactly do you visit her?
It was Saturday. It was Saturday evening. Oh, yes, I believe Saturday. Sunday morning. Sunday morning, sir. Your body was there. Yeah. Sunday morning in the hospital, in the Lundstrom Hospital.
Has she talked at all about how she focused to sort of keep going through the whole ordeal?
No, ma'am. She has not really brought up anything like that, and right now we're not really mentioning anything. It's just a process, that whenever she's ready to mention something like that, that'll be the time. And right now we just want to see her get on her feet and get better.
Greg, can you just tell us a little bit about, you've been here like 3 or 4 days now. Can you just kind of walk us through what a typical day is like? When do you guys go over to see her? How long do you typically stay? Is there a set pattern, or does it change from day to day?
There's no set pattern. It's just basically, whenever the doctors feel that we're able to see her, then we try to be over there, and we just spend some time with her. Sometimes days are longer, sometimes it's shorter. Right now she's in some treatment, and they're trying to get her back on her feet, and it's no set patterns right now.
What would be the longest meeting you've had, just as an example?
Myself, probably not nearly as long as Mom and Dad, but I've been in there, I'd say an hour at a time, on and off.
Has she asked you for anything from home?
Other than she wants to go home. That's the only thing she's been asking. But we try to bring her some stuff that she needs. But like I said before, we just want to regenerate on how we just want her to get well. And then when she's well enough, then whatever she wants, then that's what will be provided.
What'd you bring her?
We brought her some, basic like hair stuff. Just minor, just girls. What girls want.
Okay, thank you all for being here to ask some questions and receive some answers from this very brave family who has a very brave soldier of a daughter.
You've been listening now to a press conference there at Landstuhl Hospital, which is attached to Ramstein Air Force Base, the family of Jessica Lynch, and basically saying she's in good spirits, better than they expected health-wise and mentally, saying her spirits, she was high, very happy to be there, cheerful, but also saying it doesn't seem that the reality is sort of sunk in yet and that they have not really talked to her about her ordeal all 9 days that she was held in captivity by the Iraqi Fedayeen. And a couple of military officials I was talking to a couple hours ago were saying that they think that she may be back at Walter Reed Medical Center, which is in Washington, D.C., which would be a good sign that she's healthy enough to travel, possibly as early as this week. So good news all the way around. It's nice to hear a nice good news story in the midst of all this war. And let's now go to CENTCOM, where David Lee Miller is, who's keeping track of what's going on live.
Print media. Good morning, Rita. Joining us right now is Captain Frank Thorpe. He's a spokesman here at CENTCOM to discuss a number of the things that are now happening on the ground in Iraq. Thank you for your time again, Captain.
Sure.
Let's start with the Iraqi leadership, specifically Saddam. What now is the understanding about the airstrikes at that building where there was a meeting of the leadership? Is it believed that Saddam and his sons were hit?
We don't know yet. We had information that there was a coalition leadership meeting going on at that location. And as you know, we have aircraft flying in the air that are on-call aircraft that we can call in for short notice targets. In this case, a B-1 came in and launched munitions against that facility. We don't yet have an assessment as to who was in the building yet to confirm that. We'll continue to work that through time. But the one thing I want to stress about that is as important as this may seem today, in the bigger picture, the real objective here is the end of the Iraqi regime rather than speaking about any one or two individuals.
That said, let me follow it up. Who is on the ground? Are people on the ground at this location, coalition personnel, trying to find the remains of who was in that building right now? Who's doing this type of work?
The strike happened in a part of Baghdad that we are not in yet. We do still have forces in Baghdad from yesterday. Elements of the 5th Corps remained overnight and are staying in the city. And as a matter of fact, forces continue to operate around Baghdad and in Baghdad, and more forces are moving into Baghdad today.
So at this scene of the strike, there is no coalition representation. Won't that make it more difficult to determine what happened there, especially if the Iraqis have access to that location before you get there?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's a very dynamic situation out there. And so at this point, we don't have anybody there, and we'll continue to work that situation throughout the day.
Let's talk for a moment now about some of the most recent events unfolding in Baghdad. There are reports that a sniper has been operating out of the Palestine Hotel. What can you tell us about that report, as well as what appear to be a number of airstrikes or artillery strikes in the direction targeting that hotel?
We don't have any information here at headquarters about that yet. We're still collecting information. There have been media reports discussing that situation, but one of the things I want to stress, oftentimes their first reports are wrong, so let's give it a little bit of time, sort out the situation. It's a very dynamic situation right now in Baghdad, in the area where elements of the 5th Corps are operating in the city. So we've gotten no organized resistance since we've been in there, but what we have seen is limited resistance, pockets of resistance that have popped up, and we have continued to eliminate that resistance.
I know you're still getting reports and filtering through what's true and what's not true, but let me ask you, this much seems very clear. The hotel almost uncertainly was hit by some type of fire. Do you have any idea what may have happened at this time?
I sure don't, Dave. I've been out here trying to work the situation, and we don't have those reports through our military channels. One good thing about this whole situation is there are media covering this live. So as those reports come in, here in our position, we continue to receive reports through the military channels, and we're still working on those reports.
And to follow that up, some of the media, I understand, were among those who were hurt in that hotel. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I've heard the media reports about that, but I've yet to hear the reports come from the ground commander that's right there in the area.
There are reports also now that an Al Jazeera correspondent has been killed, possibly his cameraman injured. Abu Dhabi crew also injured today. Do you know anything about what might have happened to those two media organizations?
I sure don't. We'll continue to look into the situation, get reports from the battlefield commander there on the ground, and assess the situation as time goes on.
Can you at this time think of any reason why Al Jazeera or Abu Dhabi's bureaus in Baghdad might have been targeted or might have been hit?
It's a little tough to speculate as the media reports come in. I wouldn't want to comment on the media reports that are coming in. Let's give it a little bit of time, see what the ground commander reports. I don't want to speculate on any number of things that could have been happening. It's an extremely dynamic situation up there in the city, in Baghdad, around the city. So I think we should give it some time and not make any hasty conclusions.
Okay. Knowing what you know about the Iraqis and the way that they have operated during this conflict, is there anything to lead you to believe they're trying to use journalists or the facilities of journalists as some type of a shield?
I don't know if that was the case here in this situation, and so therefore I wouldn't want to make that allegation without knowing. But I think you're onto something about what has been done in the previous 2.5 weeks, when we have very, very clear examples of the Iraqi regime using humans as shields, whether it's in front of military vehicles crossing bridges or operating out of hospitals. But I don't want to, make allegations until we know exactly what the facts are. And we've stuck to that throughout the last 2.5 weeks of only saying what we know. We know about the hospital. We know about civilians being used in front of military equipment on the bridge. So let's give this some time, and when the facts come in, we'll be right out here.
What can you tell us about a report that an A-10 Warthog aircraft was shot down in or near the airport in Baghdad?
We have had A-10s operating throughout the area, around the city for the last couple of days. And this morning we have had an A-10 go down. Not exactly sure what the cause of it going down yet, whether it was a result of enemy fire or engine problems. But we do have an A-10 down southwest of the city of Baghdad, in the vicinity of the airport, as you said, and we have recovered the pilot at this time.
What does it say about Iraqi resistance if, in fact, as it appears, one of the coalition's own aircraft was shot down? We've been led to believe that their anti-aircraft capability has been greatly diminished, and now we get this report. How much of a threat might there still be?
Well, I think there continues to be a threat. We know there's no organized resistance, and that's the very key part to look at this. We know that their forces are not able to operate as a unit, as a whole, and forces are much more effective when all the parts are working together. The whole is greater than the parts. And we also know there is a limited surface-to-air capability that the Iraqis continue to have. And it just takes one shot if, in fact, this was hostile fire. So it's still a dangerous place to operate in Baghdad, around Baghdad. So I don't think we're anyone's yet ready to say that it's not a dangerous place to operate. So even though we were able to put an armored combat formation through into the city on Saturday, even though we operated there yesterday and forces are staying in there right now, forces continue moving in there, it's still a very dangerous situation.
As best you can tell, who's calling the shots for the regime right now? Or are these random units operating independently?
I think that's the million-dollar question. It's apparent to us that the regime is losing control of the military forces as they're operating in a very uncoordinated way. And it's very apparent to us that the regime is losing control of the population. We now have reports of more people in Basra rising up in the streets and celebrating. And so I think it's a continuing situation day by day by day as the regime continues every day to lose more control.
Do you have any reason to believe the civilian population in Baghdad is uprising against what was once its government?
We don't have those reports, and again, that's another one of those that we don't want to say until we know it to be firm. It's Baghdad being the capital. We suspect that the regime had some pretty tight controls on the people, what they said. We know they have organizations inside the regime to prevent any discourse. So it's going to take some time for the people to have that cloud of fear removed from them and have them again allowed again feel that they can be a free people.
And very quickly, I'd like to ask you, Captain, once again today we heard from Iraq's information minister, to the surprise of a lot of people, I might add. He said, we're going to tackle them, the coalition, and destroy them. Your reaction to the fact that he's still able to appear on television and those remarks?
Well, I think a couple things there. First of all, it's sad. I mean, I would like to think that the war of words ended yesterday when he was saying we weren't in Baghdad while Fox Television was showing on the other side of the screen the troops moving through the city. Apparently, it's still going on. Again, there may be tough battles to fight, but we know that he's not communicating with the people in his country since television is not being broadcast throughout the city. Those antennas have been destroyed. That signal is going through satellite, and very few, if any, people have satellite dishes in Iraq.
Captain Frank Thorpe, thank you again for your time, spokesman for CENTCOM, and a number of the things that we talked about, Rita and Greg, I expect we will hear a great deal more about during the briefing that will take place this morning at 7 o'clock Eastern, carried live on Fox News Channel. For now, that's the latest from Doha. Back to you.
And David, just real briefly, he was saying, we just heard from Captain Thorpe saying that there are no forces there, as we know, around the site where the strike took place on Saddam Hussein and his sons. We know that special ops were on the ground. There has to be, I would assume, some way to secure the site.
Well, you would certainly think so and hope so, but that's not what Captain Thorpe indicated, and I don't want to misrepresent what he said, but it sounded like there's a possibility that because that area is not yet secure, others may have access to it, possibly those associated with the Iraqi regime. And I think, again, this is something we're going to have to learn more about. He did say that right now the coalition forces were not in the area where that airstrike took place. And excavating that location is, of course, going to be critical to whether or not it will be possible to identify the remains of Saddam Hussein, his sons, and perhaps the other top leadership. Rita?
And of course, David Lee, we've got that Hawk and Predator. We knew we had overhead surveillance looking at it, so I would imagine we've got people eyes on the sky looking. We know we've got special ops on the ground. There's at least some sort of sense of watching the scene.
You're right, but maybe a parallel here, maybe not the best parallel, but one parallel that comes to mind might be a crime scene. You want to make sure that it's not going to be contaminated, and you might have people going to this location and excavating it for whatever purposes they so choose. Now, this is going to be an enormous process. There's a 60-foot crater, we're told here. You'll probably need heavy equipment to accomplish this. You just can't walk by there hoping to stumble upon information that's going to be helpful. But I think there would be concern that this is an area that is not yet secure. Rita?
Yeah, it certainly brings up a lot of concerns. All right, David Lee, thank you very much, and thank Captain Thorpe for that interview. We appreciate it.
A couple of developments in the last hour or so. Of course, we have been following the whereabouts of Saddam Hussein. Is he dead or alive? He may be dead because a B-1 bomber dropped 4 JDAMs, each 2,000 pounds, on a site where it is believed that he was meeting with top Iraqi officials as well as his own 2 sons. We've been showing you a lot of that videotape, but also the firing upon the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad where journalists are staying, several injured. Let's go now to John Pike, who's president of globalsecurity.org. John, let's begin with the latter issue, the firing on the Palestine Hotel, apparently because American troops were under fire by what they believe to be snipers shooting at them. What's your read on that?
Well, it's obviously far too soon to say, but it really does begin to sound like maybe this is going to be another friendly fire incident where American troops were mistaking a cameraman with a camera over his shoulder as being Fedayeen with a rocket-propelled grenade launcher, might have mistaken a reporter with binoculars as a sniper spotter. The problem, of course, is that there's probably a good mile separating the reporters at the hotel from the American forces, and I think if we could go to the screenwriter and get a look at this satellite image of downtown Baghdad, that we can understand sort of what the geography of these 2 big stories are today and the difficulty of covering these with the American forces, because the American forces for the last day or so have been in this presidential compound on this side of the Tigris River. They were crossing this bridge over the Tigris River, and then the Palestine Hotel down here over a mile away, possibly an incident of friendly fire. And then the other big story that we're looking at today, the bombing of Saddam Hussein's possible getaway location, also an area outside of American control. And this entire area is one that's basically regime elite housing. They were able to target this with satellite-guided joint direct attack munitions based on some intelligence that leadership figures were there. And I think the real question at this point is how they're going to be able to verify who may or may not have been there. But the bottom line in both cases is I think the CENTCOM representative was saying that we're no longer seeing organized resistance, that it is isolated pockets of scattered resistance.
Well, John, look, how can American forces determine if we don't control that particular sector where the bombing of Saddam allegedly took place and his two sons? How can we verify that he's alive or dead? You can't do that from satellite imagery, can you? You've got to do it with ground reconnaissance.
No, they're not going to be doing it with satellite imagery. One thing that they're going to be looking for is communications intercepts, information getting out that, hey, the old man's dead. They're going to be looking for additional communications from mid-level commanders trying to get instructions and not able to get it. But the bottom line is that this has not been about Saddam Hussein personally. It's been about his regime, and I think that CENTCOM was basically confirming just a few minutes ago that organized resistance in Baghdad has basically collapsed. Finding the top leadership, I think, then becomes secondary.
But for so many Iraqis, John, who have had their lives controlled by this man through fear and intimidation and violence and torture, they're not going to welcome coalition forces until they're absolutely sure that this man is dead. So it's not just his regime, it really is him.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I think that that's what we've seen the U.S. Army doing in downtown Baghdad, blowing up that statue, tearing down his posters, having American troops parade where Iraqi troops had previously paraded. That was what that Thunder Run was about a couple of days ago, basically demonstrating that Iraq is now under new management. And I think that when they get Baghdad Bob, get some of the other top leaders under detention, put them on Iraqi television, it will be abundantly clear. And I think it's already clear in Basra where organized resistance has already collapsed. I think you'll be seeing that in Baghdad in the next couple of days.
Well, he has created such a mythology about himself that he is invincible and indestructible. They may have to produce the corpus delicti, the body, in order to convince most Iraqis. John Pike, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Rita?
And let's bring in Simon Marks, our reporter, who has, I understand, an update at the Palestine Hotel. Some details on that. Simon?
Yeah, Rita, we find ourselves in the difficult position this morning of having to report that at least two people very well known to the Fox News channel have died in Baghdad this morning in two separate incidents, and a third has been critically injured. Let me start with what's occurred at the Palestine Hotel in the course of the last 90 minutes or so. The Palestine Hotel on the eastern banks of the Tigris River. It is the hotel that many journalists went to when this war began because it affords extremely good views of the downtown area of Baghdad, and as a result, many journalists were moved in there by the Ministry of Information. About 90 minutes ago, the 16th floor of the Palestine Hotel was hit by some kind of missile. Reporters on the ground say that it was attacked by U.S. forces. There are reports from our own Kelly Wright at the Pentagon that the United States says it was responding to action taken by an Iraqi sniper in the vicinity of the Palestine Hotel. We should report that David Chater, with our sister network Sky News, who is on the scene at the Palestine Hotel, says he saw no indication of any sniper activity coming from the hotel itself. Nonetheless, the 16th floor of the Palestine Hotel took a direct hit. The suite used by the Reuters news agency and Reuters television appears to have been the worst damaged, and we now know that a Polish cameraman with Reuters, I'm not going to use his name on air because I think we'll wait until we have clearance to do that from the Reuters news agency itself, but a man who was a very good friend to those of us who were in Baghdad for Fox News just 3.5 weeks ago, has died of injuries that he sustained in that attack. Reuters Television's bureau chief, another very good friend of us when we were in Baghdad just 3 weeks ago, is seriously injured, and at least 5 other journalists we've seen being taken to hospital following that attack. Some searing scenes as those journalists wounded and killed in this attack were taken out of the hotel, and you could see some of their colleagues reacting very emotionally to the events that had occurred just moments before at the Palestine Hotel. Nonetheless, even after that attack, the Ministry of Information, Mohammed Al-Sahaf, was able to hold a short news briefing at the hotel, insisting that Iraqi forces are preparing, as he put it, to slaughter the advancing US troops who have entered the east of Baghdad across the Tigris River. The last time we were able to see pictures of US tanks crossing the Tigris River, they were brought to us earlier in the evening by the Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi television networks, until the office block used by Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi television, an office block that sits on the eastern banks of the Tigris River, was hit, according to Al Jazeera, at least 3 times by incoming US missiles. An Al Jazeera correspondent named by Al Jazeera as Tariq Ayoub, around 34 years old, died as a result of that incident. He also very well known to us here at Fox News Channel. He assisted my colleagues Greg Palcott and David Lee Miller during previous visits that they made to Baghdad. He was a Jordanian national. He was employed on many occasions by a media production company that we're using here in Amman, that we're broadcasting to you from now. And I can tell you there are some very emotional scenes in the newsroom immediately below me, because all the Jordanians who have been assisting us in the last several months here in Amman all knew Tariq Ayoub, and indeed some of them were telling me a little bit earlier that they had urged him not to go to Baghdad, not to cover this war because of the dangers involved. So journalists who are trying to cover these events in Baghdad now find themselves caught up right in the middle of them, inevitably in a sense, because the Palestine Hotel on the east banks of the Tigris River now is right in the way, essentially, of a US advance into the eastern section of Baghdad. So the news community in Baghdad reeling now from the events over the course of the past several hours, and onward investigations underway into whether sniper fire was in fact seen from the hotel itself, in the vicinity of the hotel. Lots of questions being asked about why the Palestine Hotel, well known to US military planners as being a home for international journalists, came under attack a short while ago. Rita?
All right, Simon Marks, thank you. And of course, we do need to report that the Pentagon is saying that there was a sniper in the Palestine Hotel. Our reporter Kelly Wright saying that. And also that indeed the Palestine Hotel was on a list of prohibited targets, knowing that journalists were there. But there are also rules of engagement that indeed when a U.S. force or any force feels like it's under attack, in this case, then it had the clearance, the right to do a strike. And indeed, they thought that they were going after that sniper. Indeed, we will get more details. It is, of course, being investigated, but saying at this point there was a sniper operating in the Palestine Hotel, and it was responding to that sniper. Let's go, if we could, to Steve Santani, who's in Kuwait City, for an update from there. Steve.
Well, Rita, you know there are these pictures this morning of that huge crater in downtown Baghdad and the hope that Saddam Hussein and possibly his 2 sons were killed there. Well, nobody hopes that's true more than the people of Kuwait, who have been under the thumb of Saddam Hussein, or have been menaced by Saddam Hussein for many, many years. I have with me a guest, May Al-Hajjaj, who is with the Kuwait Volunteer Support Committee. When you saw the news today, what did you think?
Well, the first thing I thought was, actually, I'll tell you what my son first said. When he woke up this morning, we were having breakfast. He said to me, "Mommy, is Saddam dead?" And of course, you don't want to tell a child that a man is dead. But I just looked at him and said, "No, honey, not yet." And that is a frightening thing to tell a child. But my personal feeling is, if he's dead, well, hallelujah, he's dead. Joy to the world. We can go on with our lives. We can start rebuilding Iraq as much as we possibly can, start helping those people who've been under his thumb all this time.
Yeah, and you feel for those people. Why is that?
Well, we've been there. We've done that. We have been under an invasion from Saddam Hussein himself.
This was 12 years ago.
This was 12 years ago in 1990. We know what it feels like. We know what it feels like to have a soldier barge into your house and take away your children or your husband or your parent or something, and you just, there's nothing you can do about that. So if we lived under that kind of occupation for 7 months, can you imagine the fear that the Iraqi people have, having lived through that for the past 30 years? That is frightening for them.
Yeah. Everybody here would like to see an end to that regime.
Everybody here would like to see an end to that regime, most certainly.
And the coalition is doing the right thing.
Well, the coalition is doing the right thing. They see that there is injustice going on in the world. They see that freedom has to come. And the only way freedom could have come to Iraq is if there was a force outside who was willing to take the chance and say, yes, I'm going to stand up for what is right. This can't be happening in this world right now.
And you started a website. What is that all about?
Well, the website was basically because of the power of the internet, because of the number of people who we have been seeing online who are going around bad-mouthing Kuwait, bad-mouthing coalition forces, saying...
And Kuwait's a little unusual because it has had sort of pro-war rallies or anti-Saddam rallies, whereas elsewhere in the Arab world you have anti-war rallies.
That is correct. The rallies that were held in Kuwait weren't really pro-war as much as they were pro-liberation of Iraq. The same kind of rally we had for ourselves 12 years ago. The website's designed so that we could try to improve, or maybe not the word improve, but maybe the image was to try and get the message out across, to tell the truth about what is happening. And we are best at telling that because we've been there. The idea was to send out emails, to send out messages, to go on to forums and chat rooms and talk to people who are online, who are saying, well, why is Kuwait taking the position that it's taking? We're taking the position that we're taking because we can best say, we can be the mouthpiece for the Iraqi people, because they can't.
It's going to be a tough message to get out in the Arab world because there is a lot of anti-American, anti-Western sentiment there, isn't there?
Yes, there is a lot of anti-Arab, anti-Kuwaiti messages going out there, but I think that once the war is over, once the Iraqi people are out in the streets, stepping on Saddam's pictures, once they're out there saying, you know, finally we can take a breath of fresh air, everybody's messages, I mean, if you looked at the media, the Arab media, in the past 3 or 4 days, even that has changed. You know, from the beginning it was, no, the occupying forces. Now it's not that anymore. Now it's, well, hey, maybe there's something into this. Maybe the demonstrations in Basra taking place mean something. Maybe they really do want to be liberated, and maybe France and Germany were wrong, and maybe the rest of the Arab world was wrong.
Yeah. What was life like under Saddam Hussein? You lived it for 7 months. What was it like in Kuwait?
I don't think there are any words that could describe the fear that was there when you're driving your car just to go to a supermarket, for example, to get milk, and there's nothing there, and there's an Iraqi soldier there with a gun to his head. It's frightening. One of my best friend's sister is still a prisoner of war in Iraq, and I called her the other day asking, you know, have you heard from Samira? And she hasn't. And the war for them means more to them than anybody else because these are their Kuwaiti, these are their family.
So you're hopeful this is all coming to an end, I'm sure.
I hope so.
And of course we all hope so too, with the news out of Baghdad today that Saddam and his sons were targeted and may be dead. Of course we won't know that for some time. Everybody here waiting and hoping that that is true. May Al-Hajjaj is with the Kuwait Volunteer Support Committee and joined us today. Thank you very much. I'm Steve Santani, live in Kuwait City. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thank you. Nice to hear about some of the humanitarian work underway. Thank you very much.
Question of the hour, as it has been for the last several hours, is Saddam Hussein dead, as well as his 2 sons, based on what was perceived to be fairly good and reliable human intelligence plus some eavesdropping intelligence. CENTCOM approved a B-1 bomber strike, 4 JDAMs, each 2,000 pounds apiece, on a leadership target in the Baghdad district of Masur. The site is used by the Iraqi intelligence service frequently. The bombing left, as you can see there, a huge smoking hole, a crater 60 feet deep. 2 houses were flattened, 4 other buildings badly damaged. The Pentagon saying it will take up to 3 days to determine if Saddam was killed. Battle assessment typically involves things like ground reconnaissance, and we do not control necessarily with regular troops that particular area where it was hit. Turning back now to our 2 military experts, Captain David Christian, U.S. Army retired, Colonel Richard Esau, Marine Corps retired. Captain Christian, let me begin with you. How do we persuade Iraqi forces that it's futile to resist? Is Saddam the key, dead or alive here?
I feel that Saddam's the key. What you're going to see tomorrow morning, the information minister, as we call Baghdad Bob, I think he's going to have a picture, either tape or a double of Saddam in the street, because they realize how key he is, as you're indicating. Because if in fact he's dead and the message gets out there to the field, to the troops, to these little pockets of resistance, it'll just crumble the whole regime that we're looking to crumble. So he needs to keep this image that Saddam's alive, even if Saddam's dead. He's going to propagate somebody, and he's going to put someone up as a puppet. And it may be, you know, old tapes, or it may be a double tomorrow, but as fast as possible, and it may be within hours, he may have a double out there walking the streets saying, hey, guys, they missed me. But I think we hit them because they came in for two things. They came in for an exit strategy, and they came in to see what was the last thing, the grand finale to U.S. forces. Were they going to use the mustard gas? What were they going to do in terms of the grand finale? And we caught them with their pants down in terms of where they were going and how they were going to get there.
Colonel Esau, I'm going to play devil's advocate because we don't know 100% for sure that it was Saddam Hussein who was killed. My sources are saying many bodies on the scene, that they saw him go in, they did not see him leave. They seem much more optimistic than they did the first night. So I'll tell you, I feel pretty strongly that they got him based on the way they're conveying it to me. But what if the chances that he escaped? I understand there's some underground tunnels, there was a bunker there. What happens then?
Well, then we find out where he went to, and we go and hit him again. But my feeling is you got a 60-foot hole there. All right, they're not going to be able to dig anything out of that hole in the next 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. And it is my hope that we will own that piece of terrain between now and 72 hours from now.
Now, we're hearing from CENTCOM that it's not controlled. I will tell you that I find that a little hard to believe.
That based on
yeah, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. I mean, of course, David Lee is with the PR spokesperson there. Right. You know, we haven't seen the obvious troops over there. But do you, with all your experience in the Marines, believe that we had so many special ops guys on the ground there, so many guys in the air, that we don't have a pretty good sense of what's going on in the area now?
Well, I think we do, but I also think we need to put, those troops on the ground.
You get those tanks in there.
All right, and I think that may happen in the next 72 hours, and then we will take charge of the site.
Captain Christian, do you think we'll roll in very soon?
Absolutely. The Marines are 8 miles away. They encountered some resistance, RPGs and small arms, and they're regrouping. They lost a couple of armored personnel carriers. They're regrouping. Rick reported that they're just regrouping. And now what regrouping is just that they're just reassessing and licking the wound, so to speak, making sure their equipment is ready for the final push, the final drive. They're going into Baghdad. This has been, the grand finale for our success. So they're going into the east side of Baghdad where the unsecured area is, and the U.S. Marines will secure that site, and it's going to happen a lot faster than 72 hours.
How fast? That's what I wanted to ask you.
I'm saying it's going to happen hopefully within the next 8 hours.
Secretary of State Colin Powell knows a thing or two about battles. Said the following, and I'll quote him here: "The hostilities phase is coming to a conclusion." And in fact, he said the U.S. government now sending a team this week to Iraq to begin laying the groundwork for an interim authority. So you feel, both of you feel fairly certain, Colonel, how about you, that the complete collapse of Saddam's regime could happen any hour, any day?
Yes, I think sooner than later. I really do. And I would hope that the Fedayeen, continue their suicide attacks, because that brings them out in the open, and we can really do a number on them if they're out in the open. What I don't want to have happen is for us to, win the ground war over there and have these guys go underground and then begin to act as guerrillas and snipe at us, until Christmas time or something like that. So,
are you surprised that the vaunted elite Republican Guard and the Republican Guard folded like a beach chair in such a quick period of time?
No, I'm not surprised at all. As a matter of fact, when you first invited me, to come on Fox News, I said, why are we calling these guys elite? They're not elite. What they are is a bunch of bullies, a bunch of thugs. And it's been my experience with bullies and thugs, when you push them a little bit, they cave every single time.
Let's talk about the base for the thugs, which is Tikrit. This is something we haven't talked about yet tonight, because a lot of people, I'll tell you, some of the people in the British press are essentially saying that Tikrit is still sort of an untapped battleground. We haven't gotten up there really yet. What could we face there?
We are close to Tikrit.
We're very close, but we haven't gotten, this is his hometown.
We have the 173rd moving in. We have the Kurds under the Special Ops moving in there. So, you know, I feel very, very good about us taking Tikrit. And once the information gets out that Saddam is going to possibly be dead and ruled dead in the very near future, and you know, they made the message on television, the old man. Well, that's a military jargon. It doesn't mean they consider him old. It means he's in charge. They called me the old man. I was 19 years old. So the old man is the guy in charge. And when they say the old man is dead, he's dead. And when that gets out, that's going to be critical information. And I have to agree with Dick here in terms of the assessment and wrapping this thing up as quickly as possible. I served the same time, and so did Dick in Vietnam with Colin Powell. We know Colin Powell. And one of the things Colin Powell's image is to win the hearts and minds, because he served with what was called the Military Assistance Command, MACV, in Vietnam. And in serving with these folks, he actually served with the indigenous personnel.
Right, so he knows exactly what
to win their hearts and minds.
Actually, Captain Christian, we got to cut you off because we're going to lose a reporter real quick.
Yeah, we're going to lose a reporter real quick. Let's go to
do.
Jim Engel, who's traveling with the president, who is in Northern Ireland, about to meet with the British Prime Minister. Jim, what can you tell us?
Well, the two men have obviously been meeting now for several hours. They had a working dinner last night on Iraq, and one of the goals here is to determine, or to further refine exactly what the role of the United Nations will be in a post-war Iraq. As you know, the French, well, along with the Germans and Russians, want the UN to have a leading or central role, as the French foreign minister has put it. The U.S. and the Brits want it to have a substantial role. There is obviously a little room between those two. Two things are clear. The U.S. will be asked to participate. It will be given a role. It will not be asked to take a controlling role. And the interesting thing is, you've heard American officials say for some days that what the UN could do here is be of great support. There are lots of specialized agencies that deal with humanitarian aids, with refugees, with food. All of those things would be critical in a post-Saddam Iraq. But they do not envision it taking a role as it did in East Timor, where the UN took over entirely, or even in Kosovo, where the UN took over the civil administration, leaving to NATO military matters. Neither one of those are applicable here, American officials say. And interestingly enough, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan seemed to say yesterday that he embraces that view, that he also says it is significantly different, and he talked about how, in a sense, how advanced the Iraqi government is, the bureaucracy, its civil institutions, its educated population, all of the kinds of things that you would need for the Iraqis to take over fairly soon. That is the U.S. goal, to turn over control to the Iraqis as soon as possible. They will not give the UN a controlling role, a role as the sort of political authority in Iraq, but they do want the UN involved, and they may need to go to the UN to get some sort of resolution to authorize and legitimize whatever interim Iraqi authority is appointed, in part so it could sell Iraqi oil and use the proceeds to buy food.
Jim Engel, reporting from Northern Ireland, where the president is meeting with the British Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Jim. Let's turn back to our panel here for just a moment and play off what Jim is reporting here. If one concludes that the United Nations is very good at services, but incompetent when it comes to the issues of deciding war and protection, maybe they should have a very minor services-only role in post-Saddam Iraq. What do you think, Captain?
Oh, I agree. We went into Bosnia because, you know, the UN was dropping the ball. The French had lost 50-some people. 50-some soldiers were killed. We lost one person. When we went into Bosnia, we cleaned Bosnia up, and we went in there to help the Muslims. So, you know, we've been cleaning up after the UN many, many times. They are not good in military operations unless someone like England or the United States takes the lead. They are good in NGO operations. They're good in giving out medicines. They're good in giving out food and shots. And that's my philosophy.
And it was, after all, Colonel, American and British blood, principally, that was spilled to liberate Iraq.
Yeah, my concern is that if you throw it back in the hands of the UN, they'll debate it to death, and nothing will get done. So what we need to do, I think, is to have the coalition forces decide, how we're going to handle this when it's all over with.
And Colonel, I want to switch gears as we're wrapping up this hour. What do you think we can expect in the next 12, 24 hours in the war plan? I mean, amazing developments in the last 12, 24.
I think we can expect that we are going to have the Marines move in on the eastern bank, as Dave said, and we'll move out of our positions now on the palace grounds and so forth and take the area that's now controlled by the Minister of Disinformation.
And you think we'll see the Minister of Disinformation, Captain, again?
I think Baghdad's Bob's numbers or days are numbered, and maybe hours are numbered. But more importantly, I want to see confirmation, and I think that's going to come a lot faster than the 72 hours that DNA requires. I think it's.
You're referring to Saddam Hussein and his sons.
Saddam Hussein and his sons. I think that confirmation of their deaths are going to come through typically your type sources, and NSA, the National Reconnaissance Office in Washington, D.C., they're monitoring and they're waiting for the chatter to pick up. And as soon as they pick up that chatter, that they start hearing that he is dead, then that's when
This is the so-called echo effect?
Yes, the echo effect. What happens, and they call it the echo effect because this chatter starts up when someone of great prominence, and that's why they never ruled that Osama bin Laden was killed in Tora Bora region, because they never heard an echo effect. When you're of high prominence, and someone such as Saddam Hussein, and he happens to be, leading Iraq, and if there's no echo effect, then we have something to fear. He did escape.
And I'm told, Colonel, too, even on the flip side, there's the echo effect, and there's also the sense of a lack of communications. Our intelligence has been so good through this Jaguar system that we were able to intercept details of this meeting, details of conversations that Saddam has had, so there could be a lack of communication, which could also create sort of an echo effect that we could get.
Yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly, yes.
What do you think the other telltale signs, from physically looking at the site, too? What I'm hearing from some sources is that they're getting some indications already that it was a clear hit.
Well, I think some of the indications already were brought out by Greg Kelly, who said all of a sudden the people who are scared to death of this man are beginning to come forward and providing us with intelligence. Now, the more of those people that come forward, the better the chance that the populace believes that Saddam is no longer with us.
And of course, we'll find out hopefully any day. Final thoughts? We've got about 10 seconds.
That shocked the world because we had all these human shields that came from England, that came from the United States, and they went home disenchanted because 80 to 90% of the people there said, we hate Saddam. So they're waiting to come out and cheer.
And of course we all are, and we'll find out hopefully some details very soon. Thank you both very much, and on behalf of myself and also Greg Jarrett, that does it for us this hour. Be sure to stay tuned. Our nonstop coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom with Edie Hill and also Brian Kilmeade and a lot of others. They start right now. We will continue with all the latest developments on Saddam and Did We Get Him?
That's right, Rita. Is Saddam dead or alive? A massive strike aimed at a building where the Iraqi leader was thought to be meeting. Now they're trying to figure out whether Saddam's body is there amid the rubble. A crater 60 feet deep. Plus, President Bush and Prime Minister Blair sit down as Operation Iraqi Freedom winds up, and they try to figure out what's in Iraq's future. Who's going to run things once the coalition takes complete control? Perhaps some insight headed our way. The two leaders will speak live. You'll hear it from Northern Ireland in a matter of moments. Plus, new explosions slam Baghdad from the Ministry of Information to a hotel journalist call home. That and all the day's developments as we continue coverage of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Well, what do you think? The CIA says, I think I know where they are. 30 top leaders involved Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist government. I think we should drop some bombs here. How about 4 2,000-pound bombs? Unbelievable.
Yeah, as you wake up this morning, a lot has changed. Apparently, Saddam Hussein very likely may have been killed. He, they believe, was meeting with at least one son in this building. They sent in, as Brian said, these huge bunker-busting bombs, 4 of them dropped and the place is demolished. 14 people they believe dead. The Pentagon says it'll take about 3 days to get the DNA on the remains and find out whether or not Saddam is alive. Also, bunker-busting bombs were dropped on a restaurant in Baghdad. Sources tell Fox the CIA had intelligence that Saddam and other top Iraqi leaders were meeting in that building. Sorry, I was looking at the prompter, which I shouldn't do.
Yeah.
Basically,
you know this show.
I know it.
Yeah.
I don't know why we write things.
But you know what, Edie? They found this out. The CIA did it, and within 45 minutes they had it. Meanwhile, the Delta Force says we've almost had Saddam. We were minutes away from nabbing this guy over the last few days. So that they've been close before, and the naysayers come out and go, wait a second, Saddam Hussein walking out in public, the most wanted man in the world? I don't think it's him.
That's right. Well, no. These guys, they've got to meet somewhere, and they speculate that they were there and they were taking a look at what their escape options were. So, Saddam this morning may be dead. It'll take 3 days again to check the DNA and find out.
I mean, they can check a fingerprint, I understand, Edie, on a countertop and say, yeah, okay, that had to have been him.
Also, Secretary of State Colin Powell saying, in essence, everything is winding down in Baghdad, and right now the focus is not on so much the fighting. If they kill Saddam, it's great for them, but they say it's looking at what happens next, the reconstruction of Iraq. As you know, our U.S. and British forces have gone right into the heart of Baghdad. They have taken over 2 presidential palaces. In essence, they can, take any place.
Got a chance to shower, have a nice night's sleep.
So they're controlling whatever part of Baghdad they feel like. Will there be more snipers? Of course. Will there be more fights? Of course. But in essence, according to the Secretary of State, the hostilities phase is coming to a conclusion. So the battle for Baghdad will simply be a bunch of skirmishes.
All right, to go over all this from the Pentagon's perspective, let's go out to Kelly Wright. He's live right there at that 5-sided building with the latest. Hey, Kelly.
Brian and Edie, good morning to you. Let me give you a little bit of the official perspective from the Pentagon. A direct statement from CENTCOM reads, a U.S. Air Force B-1 bomber used precision-guided munitions Monday to strike a suspected meeting of senior Iraqi regime leaders in the Al-Mansour district of Baghdad. Notice they did not directly identify Saddam Hussein in that, but they did say senior Iraqi regime leadership. We can show you some of the video of what took place after that bomb, or after those 4 bombs were dropped on that facility. Central Command says the Iraqi leadership was hit hard. Reports by the 8,000 pounds of bombs blasted a crater 60 feet deep where Saddam was believed to be meeting with his sons and regime leaders. CENTCOM says it's too early to comment on casualties or say how long it would take to determine if Saddam and his sons were in the building at the time. Now, there are intelligence reports that Saddam and his sons Uday and Qusay were planning to leave Baghdad and had been meeting to discuss plans on how to get out of town. During an afternoon briefing on Monday, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, apparently aware of the possibility of that strike going on, made the following observations of the Iraqi regime.
The regime's leaders are increasingly isolated. The circle is closing, and their options are running out. As his regime collapses around him, the question is asked, where is he? There are 3 possibilities. He's either dead or injured or not willing to show himself.
Defense officials say the Iraqi forces appear to be in disarray and may be resorting to desperate measures. Defense officials here at the Pentagon tell Fox News that a sniper was operating from the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad, where journalists have been staying. 5 journalists have been injured there. Defense officials say it can't be said enough. The coalition only strikes legitimate military targets. The Allied forces go to extraordinary lengths to avoid injury to civilians and would never intentionally target news representatives. Unfortunately, the Iraqi regime co-locates military forces with civilians, one of many war crimes it has committed. The Ministry of Information controls where the news media can operate, and Baghdad is an incredibly dangerous place to be, according to defense officials, especially for journalists who place themselves between opposing forces. Now, earlier through the night, an Al Jazeera reporter was also killed as a result of or at least reportedly of an airstrike hitting that facility in Baghdad. And to that question, in terms of getting a response, senior defense officials here at the Pentagon say, and we're quoting here, we often warn news organizations in the strongest terms of the danger involved. While we are certainly sorry to hear of Al Jazeera's misfortune, it is unclear exactly what happened and who may be responsible for this tragedy. A lot going on. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kelly. So a lot happening. The Secretary of State says that a reconstruction team may be in Iraq this week.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Tony Blair and President Bush are meeting for a 20-hour, 2-day summit over 2 days in Northern Ireland, and we're waiting for them to come out and tell us what they were talking about. All the secrets that they kept behind closed doors, they'll go to the microphones in just a few minutes. But first, let's check in with Simon Marks. He joins us now from Amman, Jordan, and he, by the way, knows Baghdad quite well, knows all the vicinity, all the blocks. So, Simon, it's pretty dangerous to be a journalist, and now more than ever in Baghdad.
No question, Brian. You'll have to excuse me if I'm not quite my enthusiastic self. We are all reeling here from the news that at least 2 of the journalists who have been killed overnight were quite good friends to those of us who had reported from Baghdad for the Fox News channel over the course of the past several years. I'll get to that in just a moment. Let me just go back, if I may, to the area of Baghdad where the United States appears to have targeted a building where Saddam Hussein and members of his family and ruling elite appeared to be meeting. If indeed Saddam Hussein and his sons were meeting in the Mansour district of Baghdad, it's about a mile from where U.S. forces accompanied by Greg Kelly. Oh, I have to send it back to New York because I think we're heading for the Bush and Blair news conference.
That's right. Let's take a listen to what the President and the Prime Minister have to say.
A friend to us in this important period for the peace process. So it's both significant and welcome that the President is here in person to give once more his support and to join with me and later today with the Irish Taoiseach in urging the parties to take the final steps towards a lasting peace here in Northern Ireland. It's also perhaps fitting that here in Northern Ireland, a good part of our discussion focused on the Middle East. It's not so many years ago that it would have been said that the peace process here was in far worse shape than the process out in the Middle East. Yet here we are, for all the difficulties in Northern Ireland, able to point back to real improvements in the security and the standard of living of people here, and to point forward